Hey everyone, welcome to every Thursday night Potential in Africa show. Again, today I'm not going to talk about potential. I'm going to talk about what is holding us from achieving our potential, the goals that we want to achieve in life, the goals that we want to achieve in Africa, what is holding us back, why are we still there? So, tonight my main topic is going to be the prey mentality versus the predator. So, the prey mentality versus the predator. Um, I'm going to talk a little bit about mindset tonight. I'm not going to talk about potential because we've been told it's been a while since we've been awake to know that we have the potential. It's been a while since we know that we are not just entertainment people, unlike many African Americans living in America, just joining the industries of entertainment instead of innovation and creativity and building up something for a community. And most of the time, when you watch CNN, BBC, Voices of Africa, these are even fashion people, makeup people, music people, no education related, no knowledge related, no wisdom related, not the phytomedicine that is in the rural parts of Africa or in the rural parts of any country that you mention in Africa, the state in Africa. So basically, the mindset is a very dangerous place. The mind is the dangerous place where you have encoded uh, messages, then you have to decode them and you have to break the code and then recode them and then like you have to embed them again and it takes time, it takes process. I understand that one. But that's what we're here to discuss today: the mindset, the prey and the predator mentality. And we want to go through that one. And so So when we come to African mindset, yesterday night I joined a TikTok live because the topic was interesting, and I heard something about Africans, um, and there was a lady from Ireland who was speaking. Um, and many people joined. Many of them are from Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, and I also wanted to join, but I don't know, somehow she had to control everything, and it's okay. But I wanted to comment on some things that people were talking about. So, like, she was a white lady who was married to a Nigerian guy, and she was raising racism issues, and she was talking about that, like the domestic violence. But I don't know how race got into that picture. Domestic violence doesn't necessarily mean that a black man is more abusive than the white man. But I don't know how that got mixed up in the picture. But she was married to a Nigerian guy, and she was separated. So, but the guys who joined the show were against all the African values. I mean, the things that unite us, the things that make us united together. Um, they were saying, they were appreciating the things that she was saying, and there are things that I did appreciate, but there are also things that I shouldn't appreciate, and I had to tell her that I did that. And the prey and the predator mentality is like when an African sees a white person, there's that mentality of submitting to the white. By default, it feels like it's a default mentality, it's a default mindset where you just submit to. So, like, you just move forward and then you just. It's really hard to explain, but it's where you are guided by them. Okay, I'm not preaching hate, and I know most of you here in Swahili Nation Network, most of you in One Africa team, you will always preach about peace and love, and I love the idea. I'm sorry to say this tonight. This world has two kinds of nature. There's a predator, there's a prey. It's up to you to decide to become the prey or the predator. And they have for a long while, they have decided to become the predator. And we have become prey by choice and by some kind of mindset that has been done on us. We've been there. We've been praised for a while. So, being a prey, it makes you understand that that there's always a predator coming for you. There's a difference between a lion and a sheep. There is a difference how they wake up from bed, how they wake up from the forest that they were laying in, the forest that they were hiding in. When they wake up, there's a huge difference between the two. Because the lion wakes up confident. The lion wakes up roaring, making sounds. While the sheep has to wake up quiet. It has to wake up quiet so that the lion doesn't hear the sound that the sheep makes. And then at the end of the day, starts hunting the sheep. But the lion has nothing to worry about. The lion runs into the danger. The lion runs into the mass. Hundreds of thousands of buffaloes running for their lives. A lion will run into those buffaloes to find the daily meal. But the sheep walks out of the house. Let's say, this is metaphor. So, like, the sheep walks out of the house with a mindset that says, I pray that I don't die tonight. I don't die today. I don't die this week. A mindset. It's all about the mindset. It's not because the lion is the bigger animal. It's not about because there's an elephant, there's a giraffe, there's a rhinoceros. There are lots of animals in the animal kingdom. But the attitude towards life of a lion, the attitude of a lion when he wakes up from his sleep, from the slumber that he had, he says, I want food and I'm going to go get it no matter what. No matter what the prey is, no matter how tough the prey is, I'm going to go grab my breakfast or my lunch today. That's the mentality of the predator. Yet the prey is always cautious, always trying to freak out, always creeping so that the predator doesn't listen to its movements. So today I'm going to ask all of you to choose a side, pick a side. Do you want to become a predator or do you want to become a prey? because Africa has been a prey for a long while, and it's been a long journey. Yet look at where we're standing. We want to please the white man. We want to please the Westerns. There are lots of people starving in Africa, yet African leaders are talking about Ukraine's crisis. We don't know how to set a priority as Africans. Because as African, our priorities lie in different things. For example, African Americans in America, correct me if I'm wrong with the figures, but from what information that I have, $600 million are invested by African Americans for Mercedes Benz. More than half of, I don't know, like more than $200 billion by African Americans is spent on Air Jordan shoe. Imagine the other brands, Louis Vuitton, MK, and Co. Name it. You have it. And most of the time, the banks and the mortgage payments the mortgage payments, when you want to buy a house as an African American, the banks don't loan you because the African American, when they take the money, they want to prove themselves worthy. That means you're trying to show off. If you're a knowledgeable person, if you're a wise person, if you already have the personality, if you didn't have any identity crisis, you don't want to prove to anyone that you're good enough. You are good enough because you're just human being. That's what Steve Biko, Bantu Steve Biko, a South African hero, said. I am as human as you are. When asked, Bantu Steve Biko, my hero, to be honest, when asked, why do you say black is beautiful? He said, because black is associated with bad things. Black market, the black sheep of the family. These things were the ones that were mentioned. And then the judge asked him, then why do you call yourself black? You're rather more brown. And then Bantu Steve Biko and asked him back, why do you call yourselves white? You're rather pink. Those warriors, those heroes that died believing that one day a generation will rise up in Africa to make Africa great again, they died to see Africa united, to see a liberated Africa, liberated mentally, liberated physically. Mistakes are made every single day. Every African is comfortable, including me, where we are. So when I say prey mentality, the prey doesn't walk safely. The prey is never safe. The predator on the other side is always safe. The predator is only scared of diseases. So when you look at the West, when you look at America, when you look at Europe, when you look at everywhere where there are developed nations, they're more worried about global warming. They're more worried about what they could find in the universe Their investment is in the universe. Their investment is in discovering Mars, in discovering another planet, in discovering another galaxy. This is what they're actually working for and working towards. When you come to Africa, we are working to please them. Look at the system that we're following, the systems that we are actually running with. Democracy. It's not ours. It's not African. It's not Africanized. It's supposed to be Africanized, but we didn't Africanize it. We follow it. Anywhere in Africa you go, there is a standard set by the British or French or I don't know, whoever colonized an African state has a say in the decision making of a country, an independent, a sovereign country in Africa. Why do we have to be prey towards the West? Okay, you're gonna say love, peace, and humanity and all those things. Okay. When when one of your brothers, like George Floyd, is dead in America, you go out running and screaming, and we get angry here. Why is this happening? And then when you do that, you're protesting against an idea of killing based on color, based on race. And there's another protest coming for you. All lives matter. Yes, they do. But that wasn't the issue. All lives are not the problem. All lives are not the issue that you're discussing. You're saying Black Lives Matter, and yet people come and say that it's not about Black Lives Matter, it's all lives, including dogs and cats and pigs and donkeys and horses, and all lives matter. I don't know what kind of mentality that is, but for me, that's the sick mentality. I would categorize it in an insane category. When someone goes protesting against something, you don't just come up with another idea that looks like his and say like, no, 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 it's not about black, it's all lives that matter. No. Yes, all lives matter. Well, not all lives were in danger. Black lives were in danger. People, tonight, it's up to us to decide if we're the prey or the predator. See, the predator would struggle. Look at a lion, look at an eagle, look at the wolf, look at the fox, look at the wild dogs, look at the tiger, look at the cheetah. These are all predators. Naturally, when you look at a predator, we are one. A predator has two eyes in front, coordinated, neck movement controlled. A prey has lateral eyes. The eyes are not located like us. They're not located like the lion looking at you straight forward. They're supposed to look on two sides, not front, but left and right sides. That's natural. So when you're a predator, yet you act like you're a prey, that's when you're not using your potential. If you raise a lion with a sheep, a flock of sheep, it will grow to be a sheep. If you raise an eagle with a flock of eagle, if you grow it with chicken, it will become a chicken. Wishing one day, I wish I could fly like that eagle in the sky, until he realizes and he sees himself in the mirror and says, oh, I am the eagle. Sees himself and says, I am the lion. The mentality is always in question. So, what do you think when you're rising up, when you're thinking about One Africa? What are you thinking? Do you rise up and say, like, this is going to happen? I'm going to make it happen, even if it costs me blood? Are we willing to do that? Harriet Tubman did. Bantu Steve Biko did. Nelson Mandela did. Thomas Sankara did. Muammar Gaddafi did. These people did. We're ungrateful generation if we're not going to pick up the torch and continue the process until until there is submission, until we're united, until you know most people don't understand the fact that democracy is not working for Africa right now. You think it's working, every system that the world is creating is failing. It is proven to us that it's a total failure. You see, last time I said to myself, we need a dictator. We don't need a Democrat or a Republican or a president or a prime minister. We need one person taking full charge, changing lives in the continent, changing lives in the country. See, the African priority is we want to talk. We want to talk. We want to complain. We want to insult the system. We want to criticize the system. But when it comes to action, we're not there. We're just on pause and we say, like, no, it's not safe. When will it be safe? When will it be safe for Africans to rise up and say, like, you know what? We're going to take it. This is our pride land. That's what a lion would do. It's our pride land. We're going to grab it because it's ours. But a predator mentality is required when you want to do that. There's only a prey mentality, the fact that we want to submit to the world's principles, to the world's values rather than our own values, then that's where we lost ourselves and we went into an identity crisis. We're in a confusion what works and what doesn't work for Africa. We haven't defined it yet. They just gave us a paper, we accepted it, and we loved it. We took a picture of it, we copied it, we made it a constitution. That's it. How does that work for us? How is it working for us so far? You see, when you come to Africa, let's say you want to put democracy on, people would say, I don't want to work. I don't want to work. Give me like a fee so that I can stay at home and just enjoy myself. How do you manage with the democratic system? How do you manage people who don't want to work, who don't have work ethic, and yet you want to change the country, the continent, and then the work ethic is gone? Before you provide democracy, even if it means it works, before you provide a system for Africa, you have to define what African responsibilities, what African values are. What do we need urgently? See, there is a system called the Eisenhower. I'll show you. It's called the Eisenhower Matrix. Eisenhower Matrix. I'm going to share with you the Eisenhower Matrix, and you can see it. Right. So here's the Eisenhower Matrix. So basically, how the Eisenhower Matrix works is, here it is. So example of Eisenhower Matrix is there are, according to Eisenhower, he divided things into urgent, not urgent, important, not important. So this matrix has 4 quadrants. So the first thing in the first quadrant, you see urgent, important. So it's both urgent, it's both important. These are the two things that are in here. So the ones that are urgent, you do them right away. For example, finish a project proposal, respond to a client's email, and everything, like in a company when you're working. So that's it. It's important, it's also urgent. But when it's important but not urgent, sign up for a professional development course, attend a networking event. Like, for example, you want to go and visit uh, like a friend who had an accident, all those things. Important, not urgent. Then you go down, and then there are non-important things but urgent things. These things you delegate. So the urgent, important ones, you do them right away. The important, not urgent ones, you schedule them. For example, you say, like, I'm going to finish with my project proposal today. I'm going to do this One Africa website today. And next week, I think I can go to the gym. I can go do this and that one. It's important, but not urgent. So you schedule those. When they're not important, but urgent, you delegate people. You tell people to help you out. You send your friend, you ask your friend for a favor, or you delegate them, or you pay your driver, or you just someone. So now we're here, important, urgent, like important, urgent, important, not urgent, not important, urgent, not important, not urgent. So in the final one, you delete it, you remove it. So Africa needs a system that functions like this. Which one is important? Which one is urgent? Which one should we do first? What do we need right now as an African, as Africa? What do we need? For example, in my country, what do we need? We're in desperate need of electric power. We're in desperate need of economic growth. We're in desperate need of food. There's a scarcity of food. The expenses and the salary of the employees and everything are not matching up. The expenses are going higher, yet the money is losing its value. And then we need to come up with a plan that says, you know what, we need to do this and that one. The most important priority right now is feeding 120 million people. It's important, it's urgent, we have to do it right now. This doesn't need scheduling. Practicing democratic systems. Important, but not urgent. Opening up for medias. Important, but not urgent. Schedule it for some time. You know what? It's not a priority tonight, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. To see medias opening up their mouth for nothing. And most of the time for issues like, oh, the prime minister is dead. The prime minister is sick. It's issues that are actually putting us into constant quarrel. This is not urgent. It's important having medias, but educated, wisdom-filled media people. We need people who are actually dedicated, committed to the ethics of media. It's important, but it's not urgent. This is an example that I'm giving you right now. There are not important but urgent things that you have to delegate. For example, I heard last time, like people complaining, how come the prime minister, unless something is wrong with the prime minister, Dr. Abiy, he would have come to the event that went on welcoming the Ethiopian athletes who were coming back from gold medal winning and all those things, the victory. He was supposed to be there. See, like, that's not important. But it is urgent that have come here, so it was delegated. So we need a system that functions for Africa. We don't need a system that we just copy, paste, and do. Okay, a simple example. The OIE is organization. It's a French. French name, I think. OIE. So like. What does OIE stand for? Office International des Epizootics. I don't know what that means. International Office of Epizootics. OIE. So this organization sets standard in Europe. And guess what? Not just in Europe. This organization sets a standard in Ethiopia. This organization sets a standard in Africa. Tells you what to do, how to do it. And they don't know anything about compromising. So, okay, to put it this way, if you go to the Ministry of Agriculture of Ethiopia or the Ministry of Health of Ethiopia, then you talk to them. It's like, why do you have these criteria about, like, this is not important, this is not important? Professionally speaking, for example, I don't need these ones. This is just rubbish. They will tell you right away, it's the OIE standard. How come OIE sets your own standard? We are a country. We are sovereign state. How do we let Organization International des Epizootics define our own standards for us? Okay, if it was for international market, yes, I would understand. But to purchase cattle, to purchase chicken, to purchase something, livestock from within Africa, they made it impossible by putting a standard and giving it to all the countries in Africa. So there is scarcity in feed production. There's scarcity in many products that are produced in Africa because they've already set standard for Kenya and Ethiopia to disagree, for Kenya and Djibouti to disagree, for Kenya and Tanzania to disagree. They put the standards. How do we let them dictate our needs, our demands? That's the prey mentality. It's the OIE. It's not me. It's the OIE who said this one. It's the UN who said this one. How can the UN dictate how you lead your people? How can it dictate how you live your life? How can it dictate? How can we let them dictate? Why are we still letting them dictate? Because we have the prey mentality. We're not the predator, we're the prey of the jungle. We're living by their rules, not by our own rules. We're not even giving them. Even criminals. There are criminals who were released from prison just for relationship purposes, for a relationship between China and Ethiopia, for relationship between China and Holland, for a relationship between China and Ethiopia and England or something. These were the cases that we suffered. You know, an African is underprivileged in Africa, an African is underprivileged in Europe, an African is underprivileged in America. An African is underprivileged everywhere he goes, even in his own homeland. We are underprivileged. We are not privileged. And why I say this? Because if a white man makes a mistake, it's okay because he's a white man. But if an African commits a mistake, makes a mistake in Africa, he will not be forgiven, but the white man will be forgiven. But take this same story and put it in the US. If an African makes a mistake in US, he is pulled over. He's pointed a gun at, maybe shot down, dead. If a white man is carrying a gun in the United States of America, they will politely request them to put the weapon down, and they will shoot a black man just because of the skin, and we are okay with that. That's what I call the prey mentality, not the predator. We're okay with our brothers and sisters being shot. Don't justify it. Don't tell me that they are dealing drugs. Don't tell me that there's suspicion because of that. Don't tell me that it's our own fault. No, don't tell me that stupid mistake that he made or she made or something like that. No, that's not the problem. The problem is we're not standing up for each other. They do. A lion will stand up for the entire pride, no matter what he has done or has been done to. The lion will always stand together. When you come to, even from the predator side, when we are practicing the predator mentality, we become the hyena. We don't even trust each other. Kenya doesn't trust Ethiopia. Ethiopia doesn't trust Kenya or Djibouti or Somalia as the neighbors trying to fight. Look at what happened to Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. Rwanda just went through hell of a time. And guess what? The brother neighbor, the sister neighbor of Rwanda, the DRC, is becoming a pain in the neck because so basically, we really need to work on the mindset. So I think there are two types of mindset. First one is fixed mindset. So when we're talking about fixed mindset, these are the kind of people that say, if you don't succeed at first, then it wasn't meant to be. No, it's God who said, who sets the standards. It's God. Maybe it's not God's will. You're just supposed to be a prey. Accept it. Live with it. But where in the scripture does it say so? To accept your failure? No. Our God is big. We dream big. As long as we don't dream bigger and bigger every now and then, that means we're diminishing our God, the God that created us. So don't tell me that it was meant to be. It was meant to be. I was supposed to earn it. If you're not predator, give it up. You're a prey. No, that's what you tell for a sheep. But we are supposed to be the predator. We are supposed to be on top of the food chain. We're supposed to be dictating the fate of the universe together, not by some people. And it's not going to come to us down and tell us, like, you are not contributing anything. And when even they're saying that in the media, when they're telling you that we Africans, as an Africa, we're not contributing anything to the economy. Imagine what they're telling you. The diamond goes from Africa, the platinum goes from Africa, the uranium goes from Africa, gold goes from Africa. Name it, everything goes from Africa. But they'll tell you, no, you're not contributing anything to the economy. You're actually consuming a lot. So we really need to start population reduction from Africa. Wow. And We're okay. We're right there, staying. We're just sitting and waiting. Oh, sorry to hear that. I mean, that's not gonna happen with me. But how are we okay with that? How are we quiet with that? When they say, let's go to Africa and let's kill 3.5 million people, billion people. Let's clear out first Africa, then we continue to the world, maybe Asia, maybe somewhere. No, African, I didn't see reactions. And guess what? Guess what? A white lady was complaining about an African guy saying men who marry a white woman, they take care of them good. Because he said so, she was so pissed. And guess what? Everyone from Africa was clapping their hands for her. You're doing an amazing job. You're right. It's not because we're Africans or blah, blah. Yeah, you're Irish. And it's interesting here. God bless you. Wow. That's a typical prey mentality. That's what I see it. You have to name milk, milk, and water, water, or stone, stone, and you have to give it a name. You have to define it. As long as you don't define it, then it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. It works in a way, in a complicated way, because it's complicated that we're not actually figuring it out, and we're not solving it. They complicated it intentionally, and yet we're here stuck clapping for when a white man says the black man is wrong. We clap with them. We don't reason with them. When a black man, even if he is right, says something, he can be easily silenced because he's poor, because he's prey. And it's not only that. When you see a bunch of buffaloes running from a lion, there are probably thousands of them. Imagine if those buffaloes, okay, let's say the prey buffaloes, ran back to the lion, all of them. Imagine that. Game over. The lion goes, runs away for his life. The prey mentality has to be broken. The predator mentality has to come up. That means we're not going to hunt. We're not going to look for prey, but at least we're going to be on equal food chain level. As long as we're not there, we're the prey. They define what you eat. They define what you drink. They define how to drink. They define the rules. They set the rules. They set everything for you. And then you agree with that, you clap your hand and you say, you take a picture with them as a leader, and you come back home empty-handed. And they'll give you money and they'll tell you, you are only supposed to invest this money on something like this. Maybe hand washing, water well, something like that. Even if you had priorities like feeding children, you wouldn't do it because they have already set the priorities for you. You don't have a priority. We don't. It's really sad to see. Fixed mentality, fixed mindset people will always say like this. Rome, when you say like Rome wasn't built overnight, they'll say like, maybe it's your mistake. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be built overnight or at all. Instead of accepting and assimilating with the idea and saying like, no, Rome is not built overnight, but we can build it over 100 nights. We can build it. That's not fixed mindset people. Fixed mindset people are saying, nah, this is not going to change. When you talk to them about one Africa, they're saying, no. I have given up on Africa a long time ago. When they do this, know that they're fixed mindset people. They fixed themselves on something. it's never going to change. Even if you change it, they'll say, like, why did you change it? It was better that way. I don't know if I. This is what I feel inside, and this is what I've been feeling inside. I don't want to hide it and say, like, boil it up and say, like, um, Africa has potential. Yes, Africa has potential. That's not why we're here. Africa has potential, but the potential needs to be utilized by Africans. So, for me, the first priority that we really need to work on is the mindset. So, those are the fixed mindset people. They will never believe in effort. They believe in sitting down and waiting for the price to come down like a lottery. That's fixed mindset. So, these people wouldn't want to change, wouldn't want to fix themselves. They don't believe in effort. They don't believe in hard work. When you tell fixed mindset people that they have talent, that they have potential, they will not grow the potential. They'll just say thank you. Thank you. And they'll go to their parents, they'll go to office or family, they'll mention that. My boss told me that I have an amazing talent, that I'm a talented person towards this and that. And they do this, and that's it, settled. And they don't believe in effort, they believe in talent leading you to success. That's a problem with fixed mindset people. Somehow, fixed mindset people are like predators. See, praise. So, prey has a fixed mindset. I cannot fight it back. Some cases in the wild world, in the wildlife world, you'll see a buffalo fighting back a lion successfully, actually damaging the lion to death, opening the belly of the lion to death. Imagine that's one out of how many hundreds of thousands of buffaloes one did that because that buffalo wasn't a fixed mindset buffalo. I'm just a buffalo. I can't help you, brother. That's how we run. The other kind of mindset is a growth mindset. These are people who believe in effort, who believe in trying and improving themselves every now and then. They ask for opinions, and on those opinions, they build themselves up. They produce something. They say, like, is it okay? Is it great? And then when you tell them, yeah, but this and this part is missing. This thing is not right correctly. It's not really nice for my eyes or anything. When you mention it, they take those inputs, they improve those with those inputs and produce another thing. Thus, they become smarter every single day. Their success is not because of their talent or they're not talented. It's because they're smart and they grow on the feedbacks of people. They keep growing every single second. That their success is achieved by effort. A fixed mindset people will always believe what they are. I can't do this. It's not my thing. It's not my kind of thing. So I'm just gonna pass, okay? Because it's not my thing. I don't do those kind of things. Somehow there's insecurity with fixed mentality, fixed mindset people, prey mindset people. In growth mindset, however, like it's another story. When you're in a growth mindset state, then you're in a really hard state where you want to grow, where you want to change, improve, and always working towards uh, putting an effort to change, putting an effort to improve self, to improve ability. Believing in the potential that lies within themselves and working towards effortlessly working every single day to improve themselves, to make them a better people. That's the kind of mindset that we need. So yeah, mindset. The mindset is the most important part. The mindset is the most crucial part in the changes that have happened in the human history. It was all the mindset. The British believed that the sun will never set on the British Empire. Guess what? It never did. An island people, small number of people, conquered almost the world. And look at what we're speaking today. I actually appreciate them. When I've come to realize that, like not appreciating is impossible because they said, not now. Ah, a whole lot of years ago, they said the sun will never set on the British Empire. It never did. It never did. We're speaking English in the world today as we speak. Right now, I'm speaking English. Did the sun ever set on the British Empire? No, it never did. Instead of getting jealous, what do we learn from getting angry and pissed and saying, like, we're not going to speak English? Instead of doing that, we should learn a lesson from the British of taking that predator mentality, that this uh, growth mentality, growing mentality, the fact that we really need to work towards growing instead of just getting stuck and saying like, no, you know what, it's not meant to be. You don't push these things. It's off limits. And we all give those kind of excuses every single second. We blame each other rather than blaming, like we blame each other. Yesterday I was shocked. There was an African guy who was insulting an African guy just because a white lady said he's wrong. What if he's right? He's actually given the privilege to have a personal opinion, the opinion of a person. I have the right to an opinion. That opinion is mine. If that opinion is mine, if I'm wrong, I don't need to be insulted because it's wrong. And not actually insulted by my own kind, not by my own people, by my own brothers and sisters in Africa. No, not that way. I need to be corrected. Yes, I agree with that one. I stand corrected. But I can be told that one instead of being called stupid. This is a mindset of, I don't know, like it's a mindset where, you know, like when a spring buck, a sheep, is attacked by a lion, and the rest of the lion, everybody starts running. The rest of the sheep start running away from the one that's being attacked. And when you look at the lion pride, they come together to grab one sheep for dinner. That's what's happening to us. We're running from each other. We're running away from each other. Then we're fleeing our brothers and sisters. And we're saying like, oh, no. Run for your life. This is not my business. That's your business. That's your problem. No. It's not your problem. This is what's happening to Africa. We really need to get out of that mindset. I'm going to invite in Mika. I think he's here. He's been waiting. I'm going to invite him. I'm going to let him say little words and, you know, welcome, Mika.
Yeah, Dr. Ebenezer. Yes, Dr. Ebenezer. It's good to see you, my brother. I've been enjoying your session, and I was like, I just gotta jump in there. I don't care what he's doing, but I'm gonna join him.
Okay.
So I just had to come because honestly, I really wish people can understand the magnitude of what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes when I look at the numbers, and I'll tell you this, Dr. Ebenezer, maybe this can encourage you that, me personally, I don't look at numbers anymore because numbers don't tell a thing to me that people are listening or people are paying attention or they're not paying attention. Numbers, it doesn't mean anything to me right now, to where I am right now, because I do believe that usually people who are paying attention, they're always quiet. They don't say anything. They might not even comment or don't say even anything, even agree to what you agree, or even, come on the screen and share something. But they're just quiet, nodding down. In Swahili, we have this one proverb. It says, ukiona kobe ameinama ujue anatunga sheria. Kobe, it's a tortoise. So you say if you see the tortoise like laying down like this, like deep inside his own shell, you have to know that that turtle is writing something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that I hope
Mika?
like it's people, they are in
Mika, you're cutting out.
that. But when it comes to the most important things, like what you're saying right now, most of people, they don't even pay attention to that. But that it means we are doing the right thing, and also it means that we are heading towards a right direction because we ain't fine. I mean, we're not here for popularity or we're not here to build the names for ourselves, but we are here to change Africa. And changing Africa is what you have been saying. You have been trying to teach us every single Thursday about our mentality, like changing our mentality. Because the potential of Africa, potential in Africa, your topic, like it's basically that potential of Africa is us, right? And if we cannot change our mindset, we cannot change our mentality, then no matter how many things they're going to have in Africa, it's not going to help us at all. That's why even up to today, Africa is the richest continent in the world, but it doesn't benefit us at all because of our mindset. Not because of whites, not because of anything else, but because of our mindset. We are selling each other's out. We're beating each other down. We're killing one another. We're putting each other down. We don't support one another. We don't stand for one another. We don't defend one another. We are happy sometimes when someone is humiliated. If another African is humiliated, you find other Africans actually taking videos and you find them online, and then you'll ask yourself what they were doing when this was happening. So changing mindset, it's something that is very necessary and it's something that very important. And I hope people pay attention to that, because these are kind of discussions that people will be like flooding in and just want to contribute and just want to say something and just want to promote, because this is what we need. The message that we can sit back and be like, I don't want to hear this. This is kind of like hitting me deep down my soul. And that's how it's supposed to be. So I want to encourage you, Dr. Ebenezer, that, you know, what you're doing in your message is very necessary
Thank you,
to this
Mika.
generation. And I love you, and I love you. I love what you're doing. There are people listening. I am listening. And that change that we need so desperately for Africa, people like you, will bring that change with this kind of message. You know what I'm saying? With this kind of um message. And so it's a time to put on action, because we have 11 people right here right now. If all of us, we understand this message, and all of us, we go out there, we influence another 11 people, we share this
You
message,
love
we
it.
live that life. I'm telling you, Africa will never be the same in a couple of years to come. You know what I'm saying? In a couple
True.
of years to come. What we are doing here, Dr. Ebenezer, we're just stirring some fire. You know what I'm saying? We're just stirring some fire. We're just raising up a generation that will speak for Africa, will stand for Africa, will defend Africa, will use the potential that is us and other things, other resources that we have in Africa to develop our continent, so that we may not be the same in a couple of years later. Us, right here. And what we're doing right now, right here, it's very important for the future of Africa. So thank you so much. And I hope you guys who are listening here, you're paying attention, because it would be, useless if, Dr. Ebenezer, come here, leave his work, leave what he's doing to speak, setting his time aside to just do this. He is the Dr. Ebenezer. He has a lot of things to do, instead of being here. But he's pouring out his knowledge to all of us here, reminding us who we are, reminding us the potential we have in our lives, right? The best thing we can do is take that and put into action. Come on, man. This is Dr. Ebenezer. He's not just a random guy that we picked up from the street to come here to talk to us. This is a well-educated guy, the guy with the heart of Africa. You know what I'm saying? So it's a time to push. And I'm just here to support you, my brother, because this is the message that we need. And thank you for all you're doing, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mika. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the support that you're showing me right now. It means a lot. It really means a lot. I'm
Always,
glad
bro.
you share my idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I'll
So,
keep
anything you
listening
want
to
to
you.
add? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, Mika. So, I'm gonna keep going. Um, I'm gonna add up some mindset ideas, and I want to help you understand how powerful our mindset is. I was reading this book called Excellence, the search for excellence and the need for excellence in people's lives. And one thing I actually remember in that book was, he said, the guy who wrote it said, write the word attitude, 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 and then write from A to Z, and from 1 to 20, like write 1 to 26 on the letters. So take the A, put 1 on it, take the T, and you put the number that is corresponding to the T. When you add them together, all the letters and with the corresponding numbers, when you add them together, they become 100%. Attitude is the most important part, the most crucial part in people's lives. It's our attitude. It's the lion's attitude. It's the sheep's attitude that made it prey. It's the lion's attitude that made it predator. When the eagle, the eagle doesn't face rain problems. When the rain starts, the eagle starts soaring above the clouds because there's no rain above the clouds. That's the kind of mentality that we need. The eagle is not just avoiding the problems only and not, flying above the clouds and avoiding the rain. It's also viewing everything, every single detail. If you've seen the eagle hunt and kill, it's amazing how it does it. The eyes, the visionary mentality. It can see far away. From high in the sky, it can see, and it can hunt a rat, a small bee. It can capture it from there. It's vision. It's seeing beyond what is put here for you, like the obstacles that we're being held back by, the environment. When you look around yourself, when you're in Africa, nothing seems to work. And you just say like, you know what, I don't think this is gonna work. But it's what you see beyond that matters. It's what you see beyond what you are actually facing right now that matters. Because if you want to live a life, if you want to leave a life, if I want to leave a life for my grandchildren, I have to make it better. I have to make it the best of life. It doesn't work that way. Like, you don't just pick up your kids and take them somewhere. It's an interesting topic. It's an interesting idea, talking about the mindset. Changing the mindset will help you change lots of things, the way you see things. You change the way you see things. The mindset is where you're stuck. So if you change that, I don't know how many of you know Jay Shetty, inspirational, a motivational speaker. He said, if you do today what you did yet, like if you did do today what you did yesterday, you'll get tomorrow. You'll get today what you got yesterday. The difference between people who succeed and people who don't succeed is in the mindset. It's not in the things that they do. It's rather in the mindset. Because you have to do things differently. You don't have to do different things. You don't have to be an inventor, creator, or something. All you have to do is just maneuver it, change a little bit, and then there you go. Done already. I want to read one quote from Dale Carnegie. Most of the important things in the world have been accomplished by people who have kept on trying when there seemed no hope at all. That's that's an amazing thing. And Albert Einstein said, "Anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new." Right. This is my opinion today. I want to invite people to join in. Whoever wants to come in, I will have only a couple of people. Uh, and and I'll be short because the reason I'm not doing this camera thing is because I don't have power still. So yeah, I hope you understand, guys, because it's going on and off and on and off, and yeah. Tony Kuhn says, a lot of people do not understand what you mean by mindset, attitude, mindset, attitude. The way you look at it's a, it's a okay. Tony Kuhn, I have to explain that to you. I think I don't know if you understand. You can explain that for them, for the people who don't understand. But everyone knows, I think, about mindset. So I don't know if that's a problem, to be honest. But if that's a problem, then it's the way you look at things. Um, it's a mental attitude. The exact definition for it, dictionary definition for it, is a mental attitude or inclination. For example, it gives an example here on Merriam-Webster. Politicians trying to determine the mindset of voters. It's not only on the freshness of the fruit that makes breakfast in uh, California restaurants outstanding. It's an attitude, a morning mindset, a desire to start the day in a leisurely, luxurious manner, and something like that. It's a way you look at things. How do you look at change? What are you willing to give to change? What's your attitude towards change? Because when you think about one Africa, there's going to be a lot of changes. How do we adapt to that one? And people actually can Google about mindset. In some contexts, you have two mindsets, and in other contexts, you also have three mindsets. So you can read a lot about it, a lot about towards attitude and yeah. Some motivators say there is an abundance mindset, positive mindset, growth mindset. These are the motivating kinds of mindsets. But the main ones are fixed mindset and growth mindset. The fixed ones, they don't want to change, they don't want to put effort on, they believe in the talent, they believe in the things that are by design, by DNA, by just it's who you are, you can't change it. That's the kind of fixed mentality, fixed mindset, fixed attitude. The growth mindset or the growth attitude is if I do this, if I put this one here, if I bring this one here, I know it seems impossible, but I can do it. I can at least try. That's the kind of, they put in effort, and in the efforts they grow and they grow. These are the kind of people that you see, the mindset is that one. Um, it is a mental disposition to how we relate to reality outside of us. Nothing, I think. Yeah, you're right, Nati. BJ, believes, your beliefs and what you value. If it doesn't uplift you and your, then it's your mindset, and many find it hard to change even when it benefits you. Yeah. Okay. And true, BJ Riggs. True. Mind can be set from a childhood. Tony come, yeah, probably it can be set from childhood. Um, but it could also be reset. It's a choice. We all have a choice to make in our lives. We all choose everything. We choose our leaders. We, like, when you're lucky, you choose your leaders. But you can break the chain. It can be set from childhood. The mindset can be set from childhood. That's why, because before, on one of my sessions, I um, I mentioned I mentioned imagination. Imagination of children shouldn't be discouraged. See, that's the imaginative talent within the child that we really need to cultivate. By cultivating that, we create a window of opportunity for that child to become something different. Discouraging the child not from trying from different things. When a child becomes kinesthetic, like when the child becomes touchy feely, and he wants to touch everything, he wants to open everything, technician. So we really need to work um, towards raising an imaginative generation. Uh, but yes, you're right. It can be set from childhood, and yeah. BJ Riggs here says,
Hey, BJ.
Hey, how's it going?
I think Ebenezer, he just had a maybe crash or something. So
Glitch in his system.
yeah, I'm just thank God I was here. I was just here in the background, so I'll just oh yeah, Ebenezer's back as well.
Okay, okay, cool. We
Ebenezer, this is your show, my
understand.
brother.
yeah, it's my network, and
Luckily, I
how,
was here.
yeah, thank you. All right, BJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you. I just like what you were talking about, the condition in the mind of a child. I mean, I don't know if people remember the days of like, oh, let them go out, they're exploring. When they're real young, they ask all these questions and they're intuitive and what's this and why does it do that? And the kids just had the freedom to own their own thoughts. Nowadays, you don't see or hear that much anymore, and it could be because parents are so busy, so much things going on, and so many other distractions. Stay in front of the little device and keep yourself occupied. But that interaction and that growth helps a child to start to question what's around them and why is it this way. And when they get older, they get a little bit more inquisitive and more confident to, question, well, why do we have to have things in the system function in this manner? But if we could but because societies nowadays keep them locked up in these devices and condition them not to question anything and just regurgitate everything, it's hard for people to let go of that conditioning because it's almost like a security blanket.
Can you hear me, BJ?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you're right. True, but it needs effort. It needs hard work. It needs commitment, dedication, determination. All the words that you can get to make it happen, you need that. Because Tony Kum has been asking, my point is some of these phrases are difficult for some people who are not awake to understand. So if you start there, many will be more interested. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Tony. How do you unset the mind? Well,
Step by
wisdom.
step.
What do you say about that, BJ?
Step by step. One step at a time. It starts with just one thing. I had a friend, very knowledgeable in African studies, history, all things, and I always trust everything that they said. And then I would pop up little things like, well, that's not right. Well, I never questioned it, but I knew it wasn't right. And I'm like, okay, it makes you think about it in a different way that, okay, this person knows a lot, but they don't know as much as they thought they knew. And you start saying, well, maybe I need to look a little further into that. So when you start seeing little cracks in the wall, start, you got these beautiful devices in your hand. And it's a little harder now than it was in the past because they are shutting down information in, the Google world. But you start to do the research, start to ask the questions, start to go to those teachers that you can trust, those pastors, friends, educators, people that you can trust that's going to tell you the truth because you know what the truth is. The truth is always going to make itself exposed. And just like with the truth, the lie will eventually expose itself as well. But it just takes that one little step to, and I know people get so comfortable in the status quo because it's, you don't have to worry about it because the status quo going to keep doing what it's been doing forever. It might switch it up a little bit, but the system still runs the way it's always pretty much ran. And it's a sense of comfort for some people in that because change is scary sometimes, but necessary. Professor E?
I believe he's having internet connection.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
feel free to keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys. Nati has been suggesting this window, the Johari window.
Okay.
Um, he says, panel, please take a look at the Johari window. I think it shades some light. So the Johari window, it says here, Johari window model known to solve, not known to solve, known to others, not known to others. Open area, blind spot, hidden area, unknown. Uh, I have to really read about this before I say anything about it because this is my first time hearing. Thank you for the information, Nati Solomon, on the comment section. Uh, okay, Mika, I'm gonna go with you. Then I'm gonna go with BJ Ricks. I want you to cover this one, and because I'm gonna soon run out of battery. So before
Okay.
I do, I want to point this out for you guys. Is culture a mindset? I would say culture shapes your mindset. It's not a mindset by itself, but it does shape your mindset. What do you guys think? Let me start from Mika and then I'll go to BJ Ray.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Because when you're born, when you're a little kid, you actually don't have anything in your mind, right? Your mind is tabula rasa, like empty space, and that's why you start bringing these little kids to school and all those kind of places so that you may kind of like train their mind to think a certain way or to believe in certain things, right? And it depends on the environment they're exposed in. So if I am an African originally from Tanzania, and maybe I'm born in the US, then even my culture, and it depends on that environment I am in, my culture and everything. I will grow up as an American, because of where you know because of where I am born and what kind of environment I'm exposed to. So for me, I agree with you that culture is what kind of like train our mindset, but it's not mindset itself. And but that mindset, it really depends on what kind of environment you grow up, and it will shape to who you are today or to who you become. And today we are trying to deal with the decolonization of the mind, and it's simply because of the colonization of Africa, right? It kind of like changed our mindset, from its original state to something else that is not us, right? All the um, globalization and things that are happening have been, transforming us little by little, and even our kids these days. I mean, they're growing up in the environment that it's even hard to experience the pure African culture, right? That's the mindset, right? So yeah, I think the point that I'm trying to make is, I think I back up your point, and I think uh, that's how our mindset are being trained, and that's what we are trying as well to change that kind of mindset. And in reality, it's kind of hard, to change something that has been there for a long time, right? If you're 20 years old, you're 30 years, that means you've been growing up in this kind of environment, and that's how your mindset it is right now. And we are trying to transform that, and it might not be successful to our generation, but maybe for our next generation, right? So yeah, that's pretty much what I can say.
Thank you, Mika. BJ Ricks.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tony question. He says, if the parent does not know what mindset is, how can the child ask the right questions? Mindset is just another term for belief. What do you believe in? What do you put faith in? What do you trust in?
Mhm.
Some people trust in a system of government or a pastor's words that they don't sit up there and look at, thou shalt not kill, but it's okay if you go and join the army. I mean, that's a contradiction. So you're saying that the God that you serve says do not kill, but yet you are joining the army. That's a conflict. So then you're looking at how do you resolve that within yourself? And I'm just using that example because it's pretty simple to understand the two opposing side of it. And you have to, within yourself, come to some way to rationalize those actions because I am in the army and, I'm fighting this war. And like for us, I'm fighting this war on foreign land. I don't even know the enemy, But because now I'm joining the army, they're telling me all these things. They're saying this is the reason why we're doing this. So you then take on those beliefs in order for you to do your job. So that's you know one way that you can translate what the mindset is. And over time, if you don't, like come back and say, well, like for us, like Vietnam, well, that was not a just war, and people start protesting against that. Then they had to then resolve it and say, well, we need to pull those troops out because it's an unjust war. So that for those people who may initially thought this was a good action, they then changed their mindset to say all these bodies coming back in these caskets covered by the flag, we're losing too many people. So you change your mindset by resolving within yourself to balance what your beliefs are.
All right. Okay, good. Thank you, BJ. I'm gonna go to Nati. Nati's here. Nati.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes we can.
How are you?
I'm very well. How about you?
Good, good. I couldn't resist coming,
Can you shed the light on the Johari window a little bit?
Yes, the Johari window. No, if you could just open one of the graphs that you've opened, or maximize it, I would be able to. Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Would you please just maximize one of the graphs that you find randomly so that I can talk about it? Basically, this is in response to Tony Kuhn.
I cannot hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Well, BJ seems to hear me. Dr. Abenez?
Professor E is having a couple of technical issues, so he might be a little slow in response.
Okay. If the host please maximize one of the graphs. I would like to respond to Tony.
I think everybody can see the one that says Johari Windows. It has open area, blind spot, unknown.
Yes. It's basically there is this question that Tony Kuhn forwarded. How do you unset the mind? Now, basically, the mind is a very sophisticated part of our being. However, there are some things that are in our power that we can help ourselves to somehow get to know about ourselves. However, there are some traumas, for example, that we may have to accept and live with. But the mindset and changing the mindset, in as much as I understand it, the Johari window will help us. And basically, the Johari window is just a graph that was put by these two psychologists, Joseph and Harrington. You can read more about it, but the graph is just a demonstration of there are some things that are known to us and others, and there are some things that are known to us and to others. So, for example, the first one on top of the left would be the arena, for example. I know about myself, and there are some things that other people know about myself. BJ, I'm sure you agree that some people tell you, oh, BJ, you are this kind of person, and yeah, I know myself, I know. And you agree, and we agree with the people outside of us, right?
Right.
And the one next to it will be the blind spot, whereby I don't know about it, but others can see it. And this is the part where sometimes we fall in conflict or we feel attacked when people tell us, you have this problem or you have these shortcomings, and we say no. But there are some things that also people see in us that we do not see. And that is the blind spot. And on the bottom, there is the facade. That is, I know some things about myself that others don't know, and usually whether it's in a form of a secret or in a form of a trauma, that there are some things that had happened to me and I have not opened up to people, and I receive so many judgments, but I know why I'm acting the way I'm acting, and I'm really scared to talk about it. And that
Right.
is the facade. That's the facade, and that's also is a form of
DJ Riggs,
misunderstanding with
cannot hear you
others,
guys. There's
because
nothing that I'm.
Dr. Ebenezer is still struggling with his mic. Should I continue?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So the facade is also a means of conflict in a way, because there are some things that people do not understand, in as long as we don't open up to them as to why we are acting the way we are acting, or the introspect. And the facade part is we need to open up softly to others to get to understand us, so that they don't judge us.
Guys,
However,
I cannot
the
hear you.
last
Maybe you
part of the
can
window,
come back again, but I have to disconnect and end this show and continue maybe next week, because uh, it's already dead. So, yeah, it was really nice having this conversation with you guys, and think about the mindset. Tony Combe, Afri Talk, Nathaniel, Marie Antoinette, BJ Riggs. Um, all of you think about this topic, and maybe we can continue next week, because I can't. Okay, so Mika is gonna stay with you guys, but I'm gonna leave. Uh, so BJ, you can continue sharing your thoughts. I'm not listening to anything that you're saying. To be honest, my audio is something's
Oh,
wrong with my network
that's
today.
okay. That's
It goes on
okay.
and off. So BJ, you can keep discuss the discussion going, and Mika is here. He will be with you. I think I'm gonna add Nati back. Nati, if you can request
Continue
in
to
back
discuss.
again, maybe you can share ideas with BJ Riggs, which is important. I'll watch it tomorrow. Um, Nati, are you there?
Not yet. He's not here yet. But
Nathaniel. Okay, Nati is back. All right. So I'm gonna add Nati. So you guys, please share ideas. Anything. I'm not listening still. Something's wrong with my mic.
it's okay.
I love you guys. Stay and please share ideas, different ideas about mindset that we need to sever the chain and bring about change. To do that, we really need to work on the mindset. Uh, Enjoy the rest of the night, guys. I I'm about to leave.
thank you so much,
Thank you,
Doctor.
Professor E. Thank you so much. Oh, I guess you can continue, Nati.
Thank you, BJ. So I guess I'm on the last part of the window,
Mhm.
which is the unknown. And the unknown is, for the most part, it's the part where I don't know about myself and others don't. And it's a completely the darkest of all part of us that we get to know. And I don't know if you have ever experienced incidents whereby a person is doing something or saying something that would shock the people, and it shocks even the very person who has really undergone that experience and said, I've never expected myself to react the way I'm reacting, and others also are shocked, and that leaves us in a total shock. I'm sure you can relate to that experience as well. Can you hear me? I want to confirm.
Yes, I can hear you.
So basically, this is us. This is the human. This is what we call our personality in general, and that's why, in order to change our mindset, we not only work on ourselves, but we work with the community, with friends and people who are surrounding us. That's why sometimes you'll get some outrageous comments that you have to cut off people from your life in order to be who you are. Oh, yeah, but still there are some things, there are some parts that people see in us that we cannot completely say we can shed the world outside of us and be ourselves. So this somehow goes hand in hand with the African philosophy. I am because you are. I am because we are, and we are because I am. The individual in relation to the community, and the community as taking part in the formation of personality and traits in the human person. However, there are some things that are too strong for us to change. But for the most part, I think if we have the ability to expand these windows instead of keeping them in compartments, and you'll find it in the diagram, we get to know more about ourselves and others. Others get to know more about us and themselves, and we get to know about ourselves and others at the same time. But sometimes there is a risk that it involves, and people want to be in their comfort zone and want others to fit into their personality, or others would want the person to fit into their crowd mentality.
True,
And
true.
that brings a conflict within a person and a conflict within the community. So it all boils
And
down
there's a
that
cost, because when you don't align yourself with the community, you will be ostracized. So there's often a
exactly,
benefit for you to conform to
exactly.
whatever way the wind is blowing at any given time.
Exactly. And I can give a personal testimony that as an Ethiopian who has grown up in the slums of Addis, there are so many things that I wouldn't want my neighbors to do, but I cannot ask them to do overnight, and they have a reason for doing what they were doing since I was born, and I grew up accepting that that's the norm. But now I wouldn't do that, but I wouldn't at the same time exaggeratingly criticize them to change. It's a two-way. I need to shed some light into why we need to avoid doing some things that are harmful to us in terms of culture or practice. And I need also, no matter how educated and exposed I am, get rooted into understanding why my parents and forefathers did some things the way they did. So the reason why I brought in the Johari window is that we need to inform each other. A person to the community, community to the person. No one should be dropped out or sidelined, or the community shouldn't be sidelined. Either you will have an outlaw or an ostracized person. These are the two extremes that people tend to fall in, simply because either they want to listen to themselves or they want to be in a crowd mentality. And the person who changes his mindset is a person who somehow reconciles the two. It's a win-win situation. Because if I change for myself my mindset and it benefits me, who am I without the community? And that's where, as educated people, people who have, I wouldn't say educated, but as people who have gone to school and exposed, we need to inform some of the malpractices and the cultures, and we inform one another. But criticizing it and pushing it out and or compartmentalizing, just like the Johari window, each section remaining in its own, will not make us a whole person. The four windows are us. But the more we dwell in one, the other three is forgotten, and we leave 1/3 of our capacity. That's why when we say that the person has a very good mindset, that means he is able to reconcile all the four compartments and is a whole person. I think I would want to stop here because I can get carried away.
No, no,
BJ,
no,
sorry.
no, no, no. You made some extremely critical points that's very, very important. I mean, a lot of people just don't sit down and analyze, why do I think the way I think? You know,
Mhm.
of course, your childhood experiences, your how you navigate your job, the people you interact with, the people you're exposed to, all everything, including the plants in the sky and the earth, impacts who we are. And
Mhm.
everybody experience is different, but
Mhm.
no one really sits down to like, why do I really do the things that I do? Why do I think the way I think? And here in America, a lot of times our issues, PTSD, or whatever you want to call it, oh, it
Mhm.
was
Yeah.
because of the way my mother raised me. So see, that may be true, but that's an easy exit because you're not taking any ownership of why do you continue to do things the
Mhm.
way you do.
Mhm. Mhm.
You know,
Exactly.
you removing the power out of your hands
Mhm.
and waiting for something else to come in to make a difference in who you are.
Mhm. Mhm.
And because the way, over here our society is made, it's a our caste system is different than British caste system, but it's very
Mhm.
similar. So it's almost like where you grow up is where you're gonna is pretty much what you're gonna do.
Mhm.
Who you've been exposed to, that's who you will be. And it's
Mhm.
not easy to jump from one realm to the next.
Mhm. Exactly.
And
Exactly.
there's a lot of things that's thrown in the middle to help prevent you from getting there.
Mhm.
And it's not easy to look at the things that are going wrong in your society, but
Mhm.
if you don't do anything about it, it's never going to get right. So you just
Exactly.
start with a step, just one step. What can I do personally to change the difference? you know
Exactly.
um
Exactly. And I mean, you have made a very, very important point for me. And I've always really gotten sucked into it. If you've realized over the years, I don't know if you observe, I mean, if you feel me on this point, that some of the most watched videos and some of the most selling books are simplified. For example, how to change your sexual life by doing these three things, how to get a millionaire by doing these seven things. Everything is figured out into 3 or 4 or 5 points, and it sells.
yeah, and well,
Because
and it says to you, well, why aren't you a millionaire? Here's your 7 steps. Why ain't you a millionaire? So then you
Mhm.
start thinking, it's me, not these 7 steps. Ain't is only telling me to open up a book and buy another tape.
ex,
That's
ex,
gonna get
ex,
me to
ex,
$1 million. There's more
exactly.
steps in between.
I mean, if it had been for for what is out there, I mean, everyone would have ended up to be a millionaire. But the issue is that there is no introspection, and that's when I differ, because many things do not really lead us back into our minds and hearts and say, look, these are the basic things that you need to work with. This is the reality, and you have to take the road less traveled. If I don't negotiate between me and the community with me, and I want to do everything from my bedroom, it cannot work. I cannot change the world. I may
Right.
get money, but I cannot be a billionaire. So these are the realities that people are not talking about, but these are what we need to do. If we need to change ourselves, we need to change the community, and the community needs to change us. That's when you'll find millionaires who will tell you they started by selling an egg on the street, and they met someone who at some point gave them some starting point or challenged them, and their life turned around. It's not the amount of money that has been pumped into them, but it's that introspective
the motivation,
question.
the desire,
Exactly. Motivation.
and no matter how many times they failed, because they all have fallen, they've gotten up and learned from that and kept building on it.
Exactly.
See, they never want to talk about those pieces. They want to say, "Oh, I like you say, I sold, egg on the street, and now I'm a millionaire." You don't jump from one step to the next that quickly.
There's
Something
a process.
happen in between it, and the process is the same process for everybody.
Exactly.
And I think that's why they don't want people to know, because then, everybody's gonna be doing this.
Exactly. And I've been having so many difficulties even on this panel for reminding people that don't miss out the process. The process is very important, because in the process you touch others and others touch you. What is the meaning of being a millionaire if you don't have the human touch to it? It's just a created thing to serve you money. And now the challenge here in Africa and in most countries in Africa is that people want to make a jump, to miss the process and get to where they want, and they miss it out. They lose themselves, and they lose in the whole process of becoming a human person. And this is where we need really to talk about. And BJ, I'm sure you're feeling me, no?
Oh yeah, definitely. And the other thing is, everybody's process is not yours.
Exactly.
God gave each and every one of us a path to take. Exactly. Some people's paths are shorter, and it's shorter for a reason. Exactly. And I only say that because several people I've known within my lifespan gained a lot of success, was able to do all these amazing things at such a young age, but their time on this planet was not that long. So I'm like, well, maybe they had to hurry up and do everything they wanted to, because they weren't going to be here that long, which means, they got all those success and riches at an earlier stage, where God may say, you're going to be here for a minute, so I don't have to rush your process. Because there's a lot of people you got to touch on your way to where you need to be.
Exactly. I just want to mention some things going on in the comment section between Sam and Tony Kum. I hope I'm pronouncing the name properly. Pardon me if I don't. Belief is being mentioned a couple of times, and I just want to have a philosophical approach to belief. And BJ, if you don't mind, I would like to put you on the spot, for example. Do you mind?
Sure, I'm always on the spot, so that's okay.
You were taught that 1 + 1 is
2.
And have you ever asked the nature of 1 or the nature of 2? Or you just believed that that's what you're taught and you believed it to be that way?
Pretty much what I was taught and believed it to be that way.
You believed it, exactly. And knowledge, and this is not my idea only, but Plato also believes that knowledge is something, a justified true belief. He says that you justify it and you believe it to be true. And most of the things are, even though no matter how, when we talk about belief, we cling on religious aspect of it. Every knowledge is a belief. For example, water boils at 100 degrees centigrade. What is really 100 degrees centigrade? Has anyone really shown us where it reached and at what time and in that moment? So most of the things are belief. We believe it to be the case. Now, I want to give an example of my own self. In the culture where I was brought up, when an elder is talking to you, you don't just look them in the eye, okay? It's disrespectful to look at your elder talking to you, reprimanding you, and you are looking them in the eye. They will get really irritated. now, after I finished my school and even my tertiary education, when I went for an interview, and I had an interview who is non-Ethiopian, and I was not looking at him in the eye, and he asked me, "Is there anything that you're hiding from me?" And I told him, "No, sir." And he said, "Why aren't you looking at me in the eye?" And I realized that immediately. I told him, "This is in my culture, you don't look an elder in the eye." And he apologized. There are some things that we believe is the right thing to do in a certain context, which can be offensive in something else. And as universal citizens, where we go elsewhere, something which we believe is good can be offensive elsewhere. How do we do it? We negotiate, we learn. Okay, in my culture, we do it this way, but now that I am here, unless I'm open to the community where I am, I will never look up in the eye, and I would think that I am a victim of violence or racism without understanding that this white person who told me that I'm hiding something is being a racist towards me. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to negotiate my culture
because he was
with the outside.
open-minded enough to say, "Oh, this is just the way that your culture do things." Okay, I get it.
I was
Well,
lucky
some
enough to
people would
say it,
be
and it
like,
came
"Why?
spontaneously.
Why would you do it that way?" I mean, that's it could have took a total different approach at being insulted by the fact that you're not looking at them. Are you not
Exactly.
listening? It's just, and that's where we have to open our minds up to say, people do things differently for their own reasons, and it has nothing to do with us, and there's nothing offensive about it. It's just the way that
Exactly.
they do it.
Exactly. So that's where the pain is, and my main purpose coming into this conversation is it's a painful process. I mean, BJ, we've never seen one another face to face. We hear one another. We converse so many beautiful ideas. We are from a different culture, different experience altogether, different continent, but there are some things that we compromise. For example, when you say something, before I get offended, I will ask you, what do you mean by this? Have you seen this perspective? And there are some things, and I'm sure I'm 100% sure that I might have offended just by the very fact that where I am from, some things are the way I think it is. And if people don't ask me a question and say, where is this coming from? And I give an explanation, we cannot bring about change.
True.
And this is where we need to go. Changing mindset is changing myself first and changing the community, but at the same time I need to be vulnerable for the community to challenge me so that I change.
I think for some people that's the hard part, is that
It is very hard.
do they really want to change? Are you comfortable in the known and have a fear of the unknown?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautifully put, the fear of the unknown. And, the fear of the unknown is somehow you will not know unless you're pushed into it.
And for many, they fight against that to stay just where they are.
Exactly.
Even if it's to their own detriment.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. They prefer to stay in the light, and we need to push each other. We need to push each other in a good way, so that our vision is somehow wide. For example, if you see a horse in a cart, I don't know if you've seen. Always they put something on the eye,
right,
on the left and
right,
right part
the
on the
blind
horse.
spot.
Exactly. And that means they want the horse to focus where they want it to go. And as a human person with human brain, no matter we think that we can reason, sometimes we need to accept that we don't want to remove that blind fold so that we see wider. It's scary because I don't know what's going to happen. But this is what we need to do. We need to inform one another with greater respect, try to understand what we don't know, and allow others to understand what they don't know about us. And that's why I love the Johari window, and I proposed it.
Oh yes, oh yeah, because it breaks it all down. Because when I saw, it, I'm like, exactly what is the Johari window? I'm okay. I'm saying like blind spot. I'm like, okay, what are this? What does this mean? What does that mean? But the way you broke it down, it's like okay, because the thing is, and what people always have to realize
Mm.
is terminology will constantly change, but the
Exactly.
concepts are constant.
Exactly.
So what you're
Exactly.
talking about in the Johari window is some PhD candidate done got them like they certifications and all this other stuff, coming up with another concept that was probably 30 years ago called something different. So
Exactly.
so we
Exactly.
can't get lost in the words because the actions are constant.
Exactly. And that's why I brought in the African philosophy, the Ubuntu philosophy, just to demonstrate that, the Johari window, if I have not mistaken, was developed around the 1910, 16, somewhere there in the, in the 1920s, probably, if latest. And the Ubuntu philosophy has been here for ages with us, and that's why I try to bring in the African perspective, that it's not something Western, but these people somehow, as psychologists in the modern world, strategized it in a form of a window, and put a compartment and said it's very difficult to see or to expand unless we introspect and try to understand the community.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we know it and it is there.
And see, that's where we lack understanding that what is the foundation? You just stated these are concepts that you guys been holding on for centuries, millennia.
Exactly. Exactly.
And somebody got a letter behind their name and studied for X amount of years, you're gonna give
Yeah.
more value than all your ancestors been doing this from day one.
Mm-hmm.
It's valuable that he created the book and the knowledge and was able to push it out to the world so people get a better understanding. But you can't give that more value than your own culture that's founded upon those very principles that you practice every day.
Exactly. And again, it boils down to how we understand ourselves, and this still up to date happens, that uh, and sometimes even I have disagreement with my students, that for everything they just want to go to Wikipedia, and I tell them, look, yes, Wikipedia can give you an insight, but you have to dig deeper, because Wikipedia is there, and people like you and me are putting the content on Wikipedia. You need to sieve even the informations that you take, so that you better understand yourself in relation to what is being put on you. When I teach, my students need to understand that what is the alternative, or do we have the alternative knowledge source when we talk about this specific thing. For example, when they do chemistry, they do distillation and whatnot. And we, from time immemorial, have been distillating a local brew. And there is already a chemical formula, but we've never talked about bonds and action, reaction, chemical, and whatever. But our ancestors knew exactly what kind of arake or liquor they want to brew. So this is the reality. We need to introspect. Knowledge is within us, and we need to negotiate with the outside world. It's a painful process. We need to accept it, and we need to take it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because you have to stop separate. I think one of the biggest problems, we separate it as something different, and it's not different. Just because the bottle is prettier, is just in the prettier bottle. It's the same stuff. Whether it's in a tin can, it's the same stuff. So why? Okay, nicer bottle. Should I pay more for it if it's the same stuff that I'm getting in the can? Because that's how they sort of fool you and groom you to think it's different. If it's different, it should be, everybody knows the opposites. That's different.
Exactly.
Just because something
Exactly.
is in a different container, even if it's all in the glass container, and one's a sphere, one's a cube, and it has the same volume, is the content different?
Yep.
It's
Exactly.
all the
Exactly.
same.
Exactly. And the reason why we need to really work on this very idea of introspection, especially with regard to knowing ourselves, because every kind of oppression, I would call even sometimes we volunteer to be oppressed. Let me give an example. Some people may say that, oh no, how can someone volunteer to be oppressed?
It happens every day.
The part of the world where I am, I would rather consider a Western product more powerful, more classy than what is locally produced. I am voluntarily saying that what we produce is not up to date. In introspection, I am saying that I am less than the rest.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be a collective one, and this is where we need really to process the whole thing. It can be a collective voluntary oppression. For example, as Africans, we always say, don't, for every little thing we seem to say, oh, the Western has done this. We need to do some introspection, and sometimes the Western world, they can put us in our places, and we need to take it positively, not be pained, saying that for how long are you going to cry colonialism? The last independent country was in the 1994, and still you are there. It's a good one, but we need to introspect and say, look, collectively, our efforts should be channeled into something progressive than just having sympathy from the rest of the world collectively. So unless we negotiate personal quality, personal mindset, and collective mindset to negotiate with the rest of the world, we will always remain below our self-image less, and collectively becoming victims than changing our reality on the ground. If including self-image, how do we love ourselves if we are playing with a white doll which is blonde? If a child is not playing with a black doll with a dark hair, the self-image is still distorted. They will always associate perfection to a blonde white being perfect, beautiful, curvy.
Right. And the thing is, even as a kid, I don't think we had too many black dolls. But see, I don't know. I guess I was sort of different. It's like it's a doll. I didn't put any value on one or the other, or the shade or the hair or the. It's a doll, and I think I like the ones that were made more like a teddy bear than anything. Because in my mind, I knew this is just a doll. It's just a toy. But when you start to conceptualize that doll as being more than what it is, and then you start giving value, because again, once you go into society, kids see that kid is treated different than me. So it's not really the doll, it's that they see in society that that child has more value than me. The teacher's going to let them know that child has more value. Everybody around them is going to let them know that child has value more than me. Then in turn, I have no value. And we have to stop. All children have value. You look at yourself in the mirror. You're beautiful just the way you are. They're different than you. That's okay. Because it should be the value that's within you that shine brighter than anything that's surfacing on the outside of you. And we have a huge problem here, is that vanity has gone out of control. So everybody's plucking, stuffing, putting plastic all over themselves to become some Now they want to become that doll.
Exactly. Exactly.
And where does that end? Because now you're really saying, how much value do I have being what God created me to be?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's where, everything is. And in society, once you take the rose colored glasses off and you start seeing society, how much is society's imaging impacting your beliefs? How much are the things that you're being exposed in society that you're taking on as value? Because when you give society that much control over you, they've got you, because they can push you into any little box they want whenever they want to push you there, because they know you just going to follow blindly like a little robot. Instead of saying, no, something's wrong with this. No, I'm not going to believe this. No, I know I'm beautiful. No, I know I'm smart. If that man can do it, I can do it too. Everyone has value, but no one has more value than me, because we're all valuable.
Exactly. That's why it just hit me that as I was reflecting even on the title of even today's program, the prey mentality and the predator mentality. It's a chain. It's a chain. Every predator at some point will feel that is a prey.
Well, but see, my biggest problem with the title is the title is indicating that I'm a prey, and it's giving me that I have no control and power over what is going on, and they use words to emote emotions, and for some people it will shut them down because look at where I'm living, look at what I have, look at how I look. I don't have any power. No, we're powerful. Stand up and take that step. You're powerful in creating whatever dreams, whatever desire you want. Ain't saying it's gonna be easy, but you can do it.
Exactly. That's true. So I guess can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
I guess this the message that the young people need always to understand, and especially since I'm in Kenya at the moment. I mean, I can't talk for the most part of the youth in Africa. That it's a negotiation, it's a give and take, and a person grows out of a give and take. As sometimes we want to change a value system that has been there before us for 400 years. It may not be perfect, but it has been carried with people who cannot question things. And we don't allow that to continue, because we need to stand up as individuals and question it, but with understanding where it is coming from and where it wants to go, so that we do justice to the cultures and the values that we have. At the same time, also the community that holds the value needs to accept the new generation that is coming up, highly critical and highly exposed, and they need to understand where they are coming from. The reason why we are missing process and we are really missing our identity is that those who are too critical want to do away with their value system that has been there for years, hundreds of years, and they fall out with the community, and they end up being victims, or they victimize the value system that they are set up in, and they want to fight it in without negotiating it. And I think I appeal to the youth of Africa. Let us be charitable to ourselves and to the community, and go through that painful negotiation. I would call it conversation. We need to enter into conversation. Otherwise, change is hard to come by. Mindset, you cannot change your mindset, because when you change your mindset, you are changing the community. And without the community changing you, you cannot change your own mindset and the community. So this give and take must be there. Let's not jump process.
Oh yeah. And the thing is that, for me as a kid, me as a young person, I had to sort of navigate a lot of things on my own, which it was okay. But I know that if you have someone who's been there and done that, that is a huge inspiration to the youth, because they can see, if you did it, I can do it too. I had to learn by other people's mistake and say, I don't want to do that, so let me go this way. And that's not easy. And a lot of kids, they just don't know. They just don't know. And that's okay that they don't know. But we have to give them guidance on to say, oh yeah, so and so did it. They went. This is how they navigate. They got their scholarship. They went to school. They create their business. They're doing this. They're doing that. Well, maybe you need to talk with them, because what happened, like in my community, it was only like for a select group of people, and they would know the information, but everybody else didn't. And it's like we all rise together or we all fall together. And we can't be so, secure in my nice little car, my nice little house, my this and that, and I'm okay, so I don't have to worry about anybody else. I've always been one to, hey, take my info or not. It's okay, but at least I'm gonna try to give you the information. Do with it as you will, because it's better to help them know what's going on than to be blindsided by. Oh, there's blindside by what's coming. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you now.
It just as you were talking about the community and people not knowing some things, it just gave me a thought, especially within the last 3 years, thanks to COVID. A lot has been happening and people being secluded, leave alone the virtual world that has completely broken the community aspect of humanity. You find in a family, the daughter is in a WhatsApp group chatting with her dance group instead of her family, and the brother is chatting a video game group with the others. In the future, it's going to be scary because the virtual world is also somehow dividing community, and such a platform for us to build a community and to sensitize them is one of the way to reach out. Otherwise, some people don't know, and the only platform that they have is a certain group that they are interested in, or fashion, or lifestyle. And I don't think they would even have the patience to kind of listen to us for 71 minutes, for example. And this is really a painful process that we need to take, building community and building ourselves.
And see, that's why SNN is so important, it's so critical, because it's trying to bridge that link, because like you stated, they're trying to get all these young folks into this metaverse. And once I got you with the Oculus on, I can expose you to whatever I want you to see and to hear, and it's to get their minds.
Exactly.
And a lot of the kids think this is a cool thing. And I think, even here, I'm starting to see the kids out more, and I'm loving it, because we went through a stage where it wasn't safe for them to go anywhere. If it wasn't the dogs or the bullets and the guns and this other stuff, they were locked up in the house. But they want to go out. So the child will be a child. We just have to support them in being children.
Exactly.
Because know how quickly they get bored of anything, but you got to get them before they get lost into it.
Yeah, exactly. It scares me. And as you've said, of recent, I've come across some situations where within the US, among the Ethiopian community, some teenagers trying to do some challenge, whatever they call it, there are children who died. I don't know what they were really what the challenge was, because I don't know what these teenagers nowadays do as a challenge. But one teenager died, for example, recently, and they were saying that he was trying to do a challenge. I don't know, on TikTok or whatever.
Right. Was it the one with the
And
car, or was it the drinking one?
I don't know. It's I mean, sometimes I am too slow to catch up with what they do. And
Well, you're
what
not missing anything, because a lot of it, some of it is like, what were you thinking?
exactly, and this is what you exactly said. I mean, the virtual world, everyone wants to show off. Probably, let's say, sticking to our topic, their predator aspect of it. They don't talk about their how they feel preyed upon. They want to demonstrate their strength instead of their weaknesses. And we need really people to talk about their vulnerability, the prey mentality. There are so many: sexual trafficking, child abuse. There are people, human persons trafficked, people dying in the seas, on the streets with a stray bullet, in their houses with a stray bullets. And no one talks about these painful experiences. And sometimes the virtual world somehow creates an artificial stage or platform where everyone is a predator, everyone is a go-getter, and no one is talking about the other side of the window, the unknown, as I was talking about. And this is what we need to talk about. And this is what our generation need to know. It's painful to go to school, but it's worth it. It's painful to be a drug addict, but you can still make it back to life.
Yes.
And the painful part, the vulnerability, if we don't talk about it, no one can. And the internet is not helping us to do that. Everyone is in their best outfit. Everyone is taking a selfie in front of a beautiful car they are not owning, or maybe they are looking after. Everyone is displaying a fashion that they have borrowed from their friends and taking a picture through a mirror in a toilet of a 5-star hotel. This is not life.
Yeah.
This is not
and
life.
then they have to outdo it, the next one and the next one and the next one. And even the terminology predator, what do we think when we hear predator? We think someone with guns who are coming to take you, or like you stated, sexual trafficking, somebody's assaulting. But predator can be mental, it can be economic, it can be social. We don't expand that word. So and a predator is very cunning and patient, and they will groom you, and you don't even realize you're walking into a trap. And that's why it's so important to talk with your family and your elders and let them know that what is this all about.
Exactly.
I mean, everything that you see is not real.
Exactly.
You need to find out if this is real, and if it is real, is it there to benefit you in the community, or is it there to prey on you in the community? And some of us don't know the difference.
Exactly. I mean, our young generation need to understand that every aspect of depression, every aspect of feeling as a victim, it's understandable, but they need to open their eyes and look from which angles they have been preyed upon. And some of the things that are happening right now, the injustices, are no longer violent. They just take advantage of the poverty that we are in, the hopelessness that we have in. Actually, it's a lucrative business. The more miserable people in the world there are, the more the business thrives. The rich gets richer and the poor gets poorer. But we need the poor to assert ourselves as rich and powerful. And it's in relation to the poor and the vulnerable. And the mindset needs to change, first of all, by the young people, to question things and to listen. the answer within themselves and compare it with the answer coming from the community, being just to themselves and to the community. Otherwise, it will be very hard to change ourselves and the world.
You know, I just saw a comment from Tony Clume, and he says the prey and the predator have equal power. I would love for him to explain that one and expound upon that because
Yeah, Tony, come. It would be lovely if you could say something more because we've been really talking about a lot of things. Mika is quiet, and me and BJ has been really in conversation for a while now.
you know, yeah, someone please just join in and add to the conversation because you know, again, our young people really need to understand the experiences they're experiencing. They're not experiencing alone. There's others that are going through the same thing, and there's others who are able to succeed within those same conditions. We can't limit a child should never limit their uh, their vision for their lives, you know, because any and everything is possible, and they all have value. You can't listen to the naysayers who's constantly screaming in your ear. I don't know the screaming is loud, and sometimes it can drown your thoughts out. But you have to have that belief within. You have to have it within, and if you believe, God will bring the people to you to help you. Maybe not to get to the finish line, but maybe just to the next post. And you pick up that stick and then you take it to the next and take it to the next and take it to the next.
Yeah. It's a process. Step by step, they say.
Yeah. And again, it won't be easy, but then again, is our current life easy? I don't think so.
No,
I think if you talk to any of us, we have bruises and, you know, war wounds and everything else in between, but we never gave up. And then look at where we're sitting now. It's not as bad as the seat that we started in. Just move forward. But you have to also move forward with an open mind to see what's really going on and why is it going on. Because nothing happens by accident.
Exactly.
By having all the mindset that I'm less, that I'm this, it makes it very easy for a foreign entity to come and manipulate the contracts to benefit them. You know, I'm in need of your help. Give me your aid because I can't survive without it. Makes it very easy for them to then exploit your minerals. So again, you have to understand the reason why things are said and that you have these beliefs is benefiting someone. And I just feel like you have to start changing your beliefs so that it benefits you more than everybody else. Not saying they can't get a benefit from what you have, but you should benefit more than everybody else.
Yeah. And can you say something about me benefiting more in terms of what? I want you to expound on that because you're touching really a very important spot there. Many people may associate you benefiting in terms of feeling pocket. If you could talk about that, I would love to hear that.
Well, I mean, the simple fact of benefiting more is if I'm in a community and all other entities that's in my community I'm giving all my money to them, but yet my community is without lights, without waters. The children don't have shoes on their feet, but you have the neighborhood vendor who's struggling to survive. Me giving all my money to everybody else, they're going to make sure their community has all the lights, all the cameras, all the beautiful paved streets, all the beautiful mansions. That's coming out of my pocket.
Excellent.
Now, are they giving that same money back to build your own community? So who is benefiting from your resources? You know, if you circle that money in your own community, then you will have the nice lights and the streets and homes and everything else. And I think that's one disconnect we had over here for a long time. We did not understand this is not political, meaning communist, socialist, Democrat. It's not, ethnic. I'm Italian, I'm Mexican, I'm what. It's not that. It's not even, race. It's economic. Everything that goes on is about that dollar and penny and how I can get it out your pocket, or how can I take what's in your pocket to make me another dollar and a penny.
It's a beautiful point that you've mentioned. That if I could say it from if I could flip the coin, I see that you're saying we need to channel all our resources, our minds, to what is a priority, and that's when that's what basically Dr. Ebenezer was talking about by explaining about the Eisenhower graph, the priorities, what is urgent. It's for us to introspect and say, which system are we feeding? If I could be more concrete in your own context, I saw recently a documentary that African Americans coming up with this motto, "Buy Black." I don't know if you've come across it. Buy Black.
Yeah.
That is the African American community are producing products and saying that, hey, why don't you put your resources into a Black-owned businesses than just feeding the system that would just sell the same amount of gun and drugs in return to the community, while you can empower the Black businesses and African American businesses. And I thought it was the most beautiful understanding of self-image and responding to the community. It starts when I go to the African, and one of the ladies said she's a millionaire, but she still goes to a nail salon in the neighborhoods or the so-called inner cities where many people will label it as not secure. And she talks about this, that I don't get the treatment that I get as an African American if I go to the most expensive streets in America to have my nails done. So she said that when I am in that nail shop or nail salon, I feel at home, I feel welcomed, and I trust that the other person who is an African American knows the nature of my nail, if it is my hair, the nature of my hair, and I feel more understood and I feel more at home. And this is where the mindset, again, can come in as an example. It is me, and I go where I'm expected. And in return, I give to the community, and the community benefits from me, even if it is a dime. And this is where, even for my fellow Africans, I appeal to the youth that let's not feed a system that's not benefiting us. Let's not put our resources, and let's leave out even the money aspect of. Let's not waste our energy trying to be them. It's about time to be us, and that's the beginning of change. Otherwise, if we are always in an arena where we're running to be like them, we'll never be ourselves, and that's where self-empowerment and self-image manifests itself.
It's so critical.
And it benefits the community, and the community benefits. Yes, very critical. I wouldn't want the government to do something for me. The government, they are doing what they can, no matter how corrupt they are. I can't judge them. And when they get the opportunity, they will shoot me or put me into prison. But if we don't negotiate with love and say, look, this is me and this is you, it's a community. We are here for each other. We negotiate cultures. We negotiate ideas. We negotiate revolution, than destroying our own selves with the ideology that the others have produced.
Yeah, and the thing is, but on top of that, we also have to not forget history in the past. Again, around the mid-century, we only had our own businesses that we could, go to. We, certain ones would allow us in, but for the most part, we had to be self-sufficient. And so we only shop at our own. Now, every other community, their dollars are flipping around like 20 times before it leaves their community.
Mm-hmm.
Ours don't even make it once.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to understand that, you know, when they brought in these beautiful freeways that's taking everybody everywhere, they gutted our communities and they first gutted the business districts. So we have to learn from that past to say, okay, no, we are not going to have that happen again. We have to stand strong and continue, even if they come in here and they want to do this, then we're going to have to create an alliance where if they do come in there and say, well, we're going to have eminent domain and take this area because now we want to develop another safari land somewhere, you know, whatever. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah, well,
That
sure,
we
sure.
now come as united and demand these things. And if, you know, this goes through, we're going to then start again. They never do anything in silence.
Exactly.
We're going to have to start building another area up because they're about to take this one over here. So when they grab what they've taken, you're not left like we were left completely devastated and left without resources. You always have to stay one step ahead of the game. Everybody else does that because if you don't, the game is going to take you out.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
and we can't use, you know, lack of knowledge as an excuse because, you know, they're doing what they're doing. You know, you like you said, you listen to the political. They, especially now, are telling you straight up in your face, no holds bars. We ain't trying to be cute or we're not trying to be coy. This is what's gonna happen. So it's not like you can be saying, well, they, you know, like in the past, well, they did behind closed doors, so we didn't know what was going on. Nobody got. They don't have time for that right now. They're letting you know. So with that knowledge, you have to take advantage of that information and do what's gonna take to benefit yourself in the process.
True. True. Exactly.
Because the system wants to. I don't know if people watch Aliens and the Predator movies. You know, you could throw that in as Western civilization or whatever and just change the character out, but it's the same thing. That beast is going to do whatever it has to do to survive. So we have to do whatever we have to do to survive as well. Now, if it's okay for the beast to do all this to survive, why is it not okay for us to do what we have to do? And that's when you sort of get lost in religion with all the other stuff that, you know, but everything's designed for that beast to survive, bottom line. And we know that the beast is going to do whatever it has to do to survive. We have to make the necessary steps to make sure that we're going to be able to survive within it until you create your own system and become completely self-reliant.
Yeah, it's amazing that you've mentioned 2 points, and I just I had to jot down because my memory is not serving me right nowadays.
Yeah, and I know my lips move a little fast, so it's
so
slip an idea in a half of a second.
No, I'm also very traditional. You know, I just keep a pen and a paper every time if I have to do something. And I'm losing it very fast. Anyhow, you mentioned something very, very critical, and you said we need to look back into history. That struck me because I don't know if you've heard time and again, and nowadays it's becoming even obvious. I'm sure you've heard about the New World Order. The New World Order, and when you talk about we need to go back to our history and revise, there is a saying here in Africa, especially in my mother tongue Amharic, that if you want to make the biggest jump forward, you have to retreat further. Exactly. The more you retreat, the further you jump. What am I trying to say is that when you are talking about we need to know our history, it is very important. Otherwise, the New World Order is trying to destroy all cultures or moral stances that binds us
And they
as
try to create
human
a
beings.
new culture that everybody is aligned to. So there will
Exactly.
not be
I mean,
any individuality.
exactly. Now, the New World Order is trying to do away with the human touch of culture, moral values, and the value of a human person, and puts material things and money, sex, alcohol, and all the rest first. And a human person becomes a means to achieving these external things. And that's the New World Order trying to do. And that's why we are really shaking, because the only thing that we have to stand together is what binds us together: culture, moral values, and some of the things that we do in communities. And they don't want that. And that's why I need to say to fellow Africans, the young ones especially, let's open our eyes and let's not just rush to do away with our cultures. But soon enough, when we fall victims of the New World Order, will not get back to these cultures and values. They will be extinct. And this is where the fight is. We can be civilized, we can be highly integrated into the new world order, but with our cultures, with our humane touch, and putting human beings first.
Yeah.
Ubuntu.
And don't get
Ubuntu
distracted by
philosophy.
the shiny penny on the
Exactly,
screen.
exactly, exactly. And these material things and excessive external things are meant for humans, not humans meant for them. And we kill and extract human organs. Now it has reached to the point that people are killed for their organs. And what are we becoming? Mere spare parts for other
Yeah.
humans who can afford to change their kidneys or prolong their lives. This is where it has come to. A new
And
world
then why do
order.
you want to be the executioner for someone else's profit?
Exactly, who is just sitting and broadcasting the propaganda, and you do it for him
Yeah.
or for them. So I
Yeah.
think this is where we need to talk about. When we talk about mentality, we need to really be critical into the way we take things. Let's sieve information. Not every information out there is for us. Not every human rights are for us. And last time we've been talking about it, and a couple of people said, "Ah, no, you are preaching, man." I said, "Yes, it may sound preaching because you are in a system whereby culture, um, the thinking process is compromised. So let's think. Let's sieve information.
And
Otherwise, it will
and
come
with
back to us."
oh yeah, and with that, we really need to support the GoFundMe. I mean, Mika and his team is trying to create this office for everybody to come together, because you don't realize how critically important it is. It's great because, to be able to speak like this online, across the world, but it's important for everyone to be able to get together and
Mhm,
jot down ideals and to commune as one.
mhm,
And this office that Nika's trying to build is going to benefit everyone. And just like, how the Zuckerbergs and all these other guys who come with the Facebook and this, it starts
mhm,
with one spot. And it was not just this one mind that developed that, it was several minds that had to come together. And with this
mhm,
office, that allots,
mhm,
everyone to do that. And like what he's saying, not just in Tanzania, oh my God, me and my tongue, I'm sorry, Tanzania, but all over the 54 continents, and
mhm,
unify as one. That you have
mhm.
your space that's not
Exactly.
being controlled by someone else, but you have to follow the rules. And otherwise, if
Mm,
you don't, we're going to take all your funding away, and therefore
mm,
you won't have it. So you get in line based upon what they
mm,
want from you,
mhm,
instead of
mhm.
doing what you want to do for yourselves.
Exactly.
So for any and everyone
Exactly.
who can, please, please, please donate to the GoFundMe.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very important because to have a reference point, an office that we all visit. I mean, I work within East Africa, and and I end up I was in Tanzania. I've lived there probably 5 years or so, in Nairobi, Uganda. So these are the offices easily accessible for the youth in Africa, and I think Tanzania also has a special place in a way, that having this office in Tanzania for so many reasons, that some of the moral stances that has not been lost, Tanzania is really a reference point. And at some point, we'll talk about the Ujamaa philosophy and where Tanzania has come from, and some of the things that it has retained as an African state that most African states struggle with nowadays, with tribalism and whatnot, including my country, Ethiopia. I think it is a higher cause, and it's not going to stop in Tanzania. And once this thing is erected and we put it in place, then we'll continue to the next country, and it goes country after country, so that people can come together, the youth can come together and strategize and change our situation by ourselves.
Yeah, and it's so important for them to be able to have that available to them, because one thing, when you're a young person, the most important thing to you is an image. If you can see someone doing something, then you believe, I can do that too.
Yeah.
But when you're isolated in your home and all you have is a device, and you have no one to communicate with and bounce ideas off of, it makes it that much harder.
Exactly.
And so it's what you and Professor E do trying to, as being professors and trying to educate and show the youth how the world really works. It's so important, because a lot of us don't get that opportunity to hear. All we know is our own struggle, and that's it. And it's our struggle, and no one else on the planet is going through this. It's only me. And so we have this isolated view of what the world really is. And so when you go into that job, well, it's only me, and I have no help, and I have no one to depend on. So I have to do whatever this job is telling me to do in order to survive. And so if the job is only going to allow me to do this, well, that must mean I'm only capable of only do. So we shut so much of ourselves off from even trying to reach our fullest potential.
Exactly. It's all about just reaching out our potential, and we are potential in so many ways. And as you said, running alone will not help. We need to join resources. We need to join like minds and achieve much more. And we already know that the system is working against us by divide and rule strategy, and they try to make you feel that your struggle is yours alone, and you feel victim, and you fall victim to your own struggles, not knowing that there are people who are going through the same experience. And if you put resources, you will achieve anything that you would want to achieve. And divide and rule comes in many ways, and that's why we always appeal that more people listen to these programs, bring in their ideas. Those who can help, please go to the GoFundMe and give to this special cause. But above all, where we are, let's just help the community be aware of the things that's going on the ground. Let's change ourselves in order to change the community.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, we feel like it's ours alone. Come on now, the system that keeps perpetuating the situation is not doing it by itself. So how do we think we're more powerful than a system that was designed to keep things the way it is, and to fool us into thinking it can never change? But it can, and we have to be the change that we want, and we have to be the change that we need, because our future depends on it. Our children depend on it, and they deserve better than what we ever got.
Sure. Thank you so much, BJ. Really, it's been really a pleasure talking to you, conversing with you, and the rest of the panel here. I may have to leave you because I am expecting a Zoom meeting very soon. it's an odd hour here, but the people on the other side of the world is still early. So I'm just waiting to have a Zoom meeting. I'm kindly asking if I could be excused.
Oh yes,
Um,
please,
but I will
and
keep
have a.
listening in as long as the Zoom meeting is not starting. I will be listening.
Oh yes, and thank you for coming in. I appreciate all your vast knowledge and
Thank
all
you very
the
much,
brilliant
BJ.
ideas and breaking that down for us.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for
Thank you so
having
much.
me,
Thank you so much. God
and have
bless
a
you.
blessed day.
You too. You too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. We have to, take those steps. They're not easy, but they're so beneficial. You know, dream beyond what is in front of you. Open all the doors that are available to you, and never give up. Even if you have a setback, keep pushing forward, because part of the battle is the experience, and in those moments you are blessed to meet and see and experience so many different people that those are the things you find out in the end, that you hold on more than that trinket that you have sitting on the shelf. All of it has its purpose. The predator versus the predator. You have, I mean, I'm not trying to be anybody's predator, and I'm not trying to be anybody's prey. But I know the system is designed that way. We should not look at each other as being the enemy. We should be looking at each other as being the solution. How do you change your mindset? By just changing. You can't change all of it all at once, but you can change just a little bit each and every day. And we have to, because if we don't, then what was the reason for God to bring us here? We have a purpose, and we have to do it together. Hey, is that Biggie?
Yes, BJ. How are
Hey, how's
you?
it going? I'm doing pretty
So
good.
far, so good. I'm catching the tail end of it. Just give me a quick brief. I was
Okay.
like, I knew I was gonna be in, but as you know, the travel doesn't make it easy to find a nice internet spot.
Oh yeah. Well, speaking of
I'm in the
internet,
boonies.
no. Professor Ezra has more booty issues right now. His system went sort of left, and my battery is going to 6, so I need to plug it up. So I will go quiet for just a second and grab the battery.
No problem. It seems like I just came in, but all right. I'm just gonna wait for my little briefing, but it was a very interesting what title, and was trying to get into it, but unfortunately, again, certain area that I was in, no coverage.
Okay, I'm back. You
So,
know.
Professor, did the opening?
Hmm? Okay, you
No, I
repeat
missed
that.
it. Yeah, I said you said Professor Israel opened that.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Then he
Yeah,
was having
wow,
technical issues.
wow, it's good to hear from him that he was on the lead on this.
Oh yeah, because
That's a good thing.
and I believe it was Nanette, if I'm saying it wrong, and please forgive me. He was breaking down Johari's theory, where it was talking about the 4 areas, blind spot. My memory is about the worst thing on the planet. Um, but the different ways of how we think and take on beliefs
Mhm.
and our mindset and what components contributes to that.
Okay.
So he was going through all that and breaking it down and how we sort of have to change our mindsets to start trusting with the trusting within ourselves and putting ourselves pretty much first. Because again, if we just take on the mindset of society, is it going to really get us to our goals? And is it truly benefiting us? You know, we also were saying how, we will look at our perception of how we see ourselves. And then there's how others see us, how there's certain parts of ourselves that we don't expose to the world. And I forgot the last component.
Well, I guess so we can get some of the commentators can fill in that gap.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's Sam when you need him?
BJ, one thing I was saying, you are among the family, you're my family, and even I call you a co-host from co-host that you are always present to represent, and I really appreciate that.
Well,
I think that,
my thing is we have to support each other. When the rain is about to fall, the next man got to come and grab it and give it back. You don't let anything touch the ground.
there you go. We're playing a volleyball with a
We got to
balloon.
keep moving.
Keep on
Even with our
moving.
bad back and knees and everything else between, just keep going forward.
Yeah, I was very surprised when he said Professor Ezra, but that was Dr. Ebenezer that hosted it. So Professor Ezra is on a spiritual journey,
Oh,
and
see, I'm sorry.
yeah, just
I've
to let
never.
know, a lot of people might not know, but just to let you
Well,
know, he's on a
see, from my
spiritual
side, I'm
journey.
doing this on a phone, so I don't see people's names. So you please forgive me if I don't know.
No, no, that was Nathan. That was Nathan that said that corrected it. Nathan
Yeah.
Sampson, not
Okay.
Nathan Sampson, that said, "Hey, that's Dr. Ebenezer."
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Dr. Ebenezer is having the link issue.
Yeah.
But again, because I was very surprised because I just had a text nowhere to be. He has no coverage in the area. He's on a spiritual journey with Xavier, praying for all of us, and it's one of those so-called, called a pilgrimage or self-reflection. So I'm so glad to hear from him because it's something that we, as well, Nation One Africa family, when somebody's missing, we would really want to know, they're okay. Number one
Yeah.
is sure they're okay, and we got the information. So I was so excited and thrilled. And he's one of the SN hosts. Just the fact that he gave us that opportunity, to hear that he's okay, it was the best news ever. And where he's going and what he's doing is to benefit us all together. So we are really grateful for one of our hosts that he's doing such
Amazing
um,
stuff.
amazing job, and he's beyond on what we see physically. So I really appreciate that because we were worried for him being missing, and he's not missing, but he's on a mission.
Well, I mean, I guess God just has a bigger mission for him right now, and said, "I'm gonna just turn your Wi-Fi off for a minute."
Absolutely. If we want to talk a little bit about Professor Israel, he's always pushing the envelope, trying to get the education across the continent and more. People are welcome in his series and trainings, and he's doing a lot. Beyond this, behind the scenes, and now it's even on a high level. And I always believe people that really do the reflection and this is a time actually. This is a month actually that everybody should give up things that really burden them, all the baggage that you have. This is the time that
Mm-hmm.
you really focused on going forward. Um, Anything that's bugging you, just burn it. Don't think about it. Just move on because timeline has been put on upon us because of the time that they clocked us in. Why is it 365? Why is 366? And all that, just to make sure that we understand there's a lot more. I'm not going to go through those specifics, but time is something that to restrict us on doing
Yeah,
per
it's a
se.
man-made manifestation in order to control your every thought and your every movement.
Right. There's this, again, and Nathan put that, you know, and I know Nathan was worried also because if you got a very dedicated and focused Swahili Nation One Africa host and where he's going and what he's doing. Yeah, he said it is a beautiful thing that he's on a retreat and he's praying for us and we will pray for him. Vice versa. That's how we're gonna support each other. Always prey mentality and the predator, right? And
Yeah,
it's all that aspect of it. It wraps up when you really are reflecting uh, on your spiritual journeys. Because I think to Pi today, you know, just he's a family, right? He's a
oh
family
yeah,
member,
oh yeah,
and we see all this tension that's going on in uh, in the island in Taiwan. And I heard that there was some exercise that's going out there and all that. So I just called him, personally. I said, "You okay?" He said, "I'm fine, but there's a lot of movement." I said, when I heard he's fine, you're fine. It's okay. That's one thing that I want to hear. But there's a lot of things that's going on out there. That's how much I extend myself to make sure that our family are okay.
right.
Same thing with Marie Antoinette. I really want to hear about her. If I don't hear it, I just want to make sure that I have something for people that we pray. You know, so our mind is always in synchronous and always protecting and praying for the family in the continent.
And we love
And
you and appreciate you for that, Biggie, because we all need it, and because a lot of us are so disconnected from everybody and everything because we're lost in the world of the 9 to 5. Just knowing that somebody has us on their heart and they're thinking about us and praying for us and bringing God's guidance over us is so critical and so important.
mhm. And as much as I know you coming in on the show and on the panel, and sometimes just on the comment section, I say, "Oh, okay, BJ's okay." But the day that I don't see you, okay, yeah, she's doing business as usual. The second day I don't see you, then I have, I hope she's okay. You know what I mean?
Oh
It's a
yeah,
human.
yeah,
It's a human. Once you're family, you're family. You're just gonna you cannot help it. I didn't hear about so and so. Again, one of my major question about a guy that's missing that was really out there and strongly commenting was Red Sea, and
yep.
we tried to really put it on Sam that he was the Red Sea, but he's not. So and we always have that on the back, because every word and passion that you put in on Swahili Nation One Africa, and you really do the struggle, the putting things together. You're so much in family. You know who's in and out in the comments.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, randomly I could say I don't know if Abuyak was there, but I see Sam. You see, I see Tony, I see Nathan. You know, And if I don't see
Certain people, it's
people that
like,
really come and they're not there, you know, you just wish them well. That's the first thing. The world is a busy world, so things happen. But you are missing for so long, then those of us who are really accustomed to our family commentators, and in fact, there are a lot of people that watches us, and since we don't see the signature, either on the comment or on the panel, I always pray for those that are missing in the watch and they're seeing things, and really put your mind in a automatic praying mode. You know, it's automatic that you say, "Be safe wherever you are," and may Xavier bless you and encourage you toward the goal that you're setting, the mind you're setting, and of course, we want to see you back in in our family structure. Because sometimes family member will be missing for years. They don't want to talk to nobody. They don't want us to do anything with nobody. But again, at the end, when you find out they're okay, that in behavior, whatever that they were doing, you just bless them to make them
oh yeah.
successful.
I mean, you're just so overwhelmed and so happy that, and it's like you don't miss a step because they're back.
Hmm.
But a part of you missing when they're gone.
Absolutely. So I don't know what I've been commenting on the prey mentality and predator, and sometimes I'll draw blank uh, because of the title.
Yeah,
Is is that the predator that you're looking into the prey mentality?
yeah, yeah. And my thing is like, is it what would you choose to be, the prey or the predator? And I don't like either one of them because I'm like, I mean, do I want to be preyed upon? I've been preyed upon all my life. I live in America. You are the prey, okay? And it's no fun being on this side. And then looking at the other side, they're miserable and evil and relentless. I don't want to be on that side either. Oh, so it's a, to me, a Western concept because you have to be one or the other. Only the strong survive. Only uh, the leader of the pack. It's always constantly being reinforced in everything we do here. But then you look at the whole. Not everybody could be a predator because a predator is only meant for one to win,
Hmm.
and they're never satisfied. Is insatiable because I need to go get me more prey. And so therefore I have to trap people in these little buckets so that they could be easy for me because I'm getting old, I'm tired, but I still want to prey on someone. So then, now I need to go get more help so I can pray more. I mean, it's relentless.
You
So
know,
I'm like, is that the world we want to continue to push? Because someone,
wh-
when you got a
what?
predator and prey, somebody's gonna lose,
Yeah,
and the majority wind up losing.
right, and at the same time, the way you define on the predator is he's gonna be looking at his prey,
Yeah,
right, and identifying the predator, and if you are either the prey or the predator, it's another level.
yeah,
For me, I would say Africans should be all predators because we know the will and we know the goods and the evil. So if I pray and really looking into my victim, right? That's the Western mentality.
hmm,
But if you look at for the poor to be successful, I've preyed on them. I'm the predator. I'm going to grab you, but I'm not going to eat you, but I'm going to put you on another level.
yeah,
my mentality of predator will give me access to a lot of resource. But if you are a prey, you're a prey. You know, you sit in duck. I mean, you're a prey. Anything can come and get you. So in that context, we're looking at Africa as just sitting duck,
Yep.
and until it gets
And just waiting to be
devoured,
slaughtered.
devoured by the predator.
Mhm.
But if Africa turn around and become the predator, okay, you know, there's always a bigger fish for big fish, right? It's just
Yep.
it's just the way it is. Uh, there's always a boss for the boss, and there's always somebody that's gonna be bigger than what you think. But if you're gonna go to the ultimate, you should be the prey, the predator. Because when I say predator, because everything that comes around, I'm looking into it. If there's something that's gonna be really coming in my turf, maybe it might be a threat. I can jump on it a lot quicker than what the prey. For me, the rest will be the prey for me. And sometimes, all the prey you don't eat, you just attack.
Yeah.
And that's the mode. If you really want to conversate on prey, I'd rather be the predator.
Yeah.
I know what's good to eat, and I know what's not to eat. But at the same time, it's a poison. If I can eliminate of my toy, I can play with it, toss it out, and I'm done with it. It's just like cats. Some cats eat mice, but they don't. Some of them don't. They play around with it, but
Then they
again,
toss it in the corner and like, okay, I'm done.
I'm done. And she killed it, and she's done with it. It doesn't mean she's gonna have to eat it.
And then sometimes she brings it to you.
Exactly. Look what I done. So at the same time, for me, when it comes to that aspect of it, I would say Africa should be a predator
Yeah.
because we've been the prey for a long time. Let's take a role, a smart role, how to eliminate what we don't need and balance the things around. We're spending so much money on something that we don't need, really, and how much we can spend that wealth and venture on something that's very creative. So for me, I'd rather be the predator. I'll pick and choose for it. You know, Africa should pick and choose which way she wants to go because everybody cannot consider Africa just to be on their prey list because that's the way they looked at us to begin with. Divided it, you know, like a little pie. I get this share, that share, that share. So we got a predator that's already divided it and knows how to exploit it.
And that has to change that you now reunite and become, I guess, what you say, the predator.
Oh,
So that
I would say,
the world stops feeding off of you.
right. Let's see. In any predator that we know in the animal kingdom, in any aspect of it, especially on the, let's take it from the animal kingdom. A predator is something that has most of the time a venom or big fangs, you know, and it got big body or sucky or you describe it like he can do anything. He doesn't even care for anything venomous that comes. Okay, because he can tear it up. He can deal with it. Thus, a predator. So that means a predator can really protect his own. If you see a snake that's coming and crawling in the lion den, you think the lioness is gonna look at him like, "Oh, it's okay, come on in."
Oh, this is my friend. No, it's not.
You know, she's not gonna look at that. Look at the chicken. She got her little cheeks that's running around, and she sees a snake. She's gonna fight it to death. Okay. So, does it make the chicken a predator? No, but she's gonna act like one. So that mode of being aggressively looking for the betterment of the continent, we gotta learn how to say no and roar and stand your ground. But if
And let
I'm prey,
everyone feel your presence and know that
you're prey,
you're
sitting
not
duck.
you're not you're not going to be anybody's prey anymore.
Yeah. Or you start telling me that I'm gonna do in a hideout. I'm not. So the predator mode for Africa is much considerable now, today, and ever to defend the continent. If you're going to try to grab anything without the continent permission, you're going to be bitten. So the same thing, from my understanding on not being a prey. We've been playing a lot more years than you can anticipate being a prey, because they inject fears on you. They inject your trust within yourself to betray yourself. That level, you're sitting duck, just a prey. So this is the time that we need to change and become on the predator mode. On the predator, there's a lot of benefits. You
Oh yeah.
understand? There's
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of benefit. On a prey, you're a prey. Somebody's gonna eat you.
And the thing about being a prey, you never have any peace of mind because you always on defense because you never know when you're going to be taken out. So how do you relax as a prey?
So you see, uh, I see Sam. He said, "I'm here." Yeah, I saw you, Sam. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad to see you all. It's just for me is kind of rest in peace. Most of my understanding, seeing everybody that's commenting and everything else, and yes, he's there. And he said, "There's one. There are." Uh, he said, "There are ways. Uh, there are way less predator in the natural world than there are prey." It makes sense. That's Sam comment right there. Sam, it's good to see you on the comment, but I cannot wait. And it doesn't mean I'm gonna chase you out like Red Sea. I've been looking for Red Sea for a while, but I want you to, whatever you said, I believed you. You're gonna come to the show. I believe you. I'll leave it at that. I'm still happy that I see Sam in there.
Okay, but yeah, but evidently the predators are more effective than the prey
Hmm. And he put another.
because again, once they instill that fear, they know they got you.
Yeah, and you see where he said, it's like a pyramid where the apex predators are on the top of the hierarchy. And that's exactly where we want to be. We want to be on top. We run our business, we do our business, and nobody can do anything else about it but us doing our own business. And we should be on top of the world, you know, with the riches that we have. We should be on top of the world. Nobody should tell us exactly how to run our world. So you have to be in the predator mode because he comes. If I come, I'll bite because I'm a predator. So anybody that's going to be messing with the continent, and I know we do due diligence, not to chase also our friends. They might be predators, but at the same time, we'll probably hunt together for the better of mankind. But first, Africa comes first for us. And how we're going to be doing that. So that's where I stand. And I see uh, one more question. Uh, Sam, what's your take on this? Since you're on the comment section. Sam, hopefully you're on the predator level. Okay. BJ, what's your take? Hello? I hope I didn't lose you on online. BJ, can you hear me? I just want to make sure. Sam, can you confirm, or Nathan, if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, good. Because I had my question. It's like whether anybody, whether you want to be on a predator list or you want to be on a prey list.
I guess I have to select predator because been on the prey and it wasn't fun. So I'll choose predator.
It's just predator, right?
Yeah.
Because you can decide what you want to do.
And the power is in your hands.
That's right. And the good call for Africa has been predator. Is because we know what we really want in our continent. There's just so many divide and conquer that happened. So sometimes you thought you're the predator, but sometimes you are the prey. While you are acting like a predator because there's a bigger fish. But our
And
intention is to
therefore you have to decide how to build those structures and systems so that you are not the prey.
hmm
That's the focus that has to be made to how do you not become the victim?
hmm
How do you not benefit from your resources? Because you have the history behind you of how this has happened. Now you have to start building the systems that reverses all that.
Absolutely. The whole thing uh, that the new world order or the new way of life. I'm talking about globally. If I tell you to sit down, you sit down.
Mhm.
If you don't, I'm coming after you. So
Yeah.
the new world order is predator. Okay, and uh, and that's in fact, n- it's like you don't even eat what you killed. You know what I mean? Even on a natural level, why you should kill something that you don't need to eat? Okay, as a predator, if you doing it is to defend, right?
Hmm.
But if you're doing it for sheer happiness, just I don't care, then it puts you on another level as being predator. and he will prey on anything,
Yep.
on anything. And so that
Just for the just for the pure enjoyment of the kill.
exactly. There was one, that's been maybe coded, miscoded, I would say, but if you don't know any better, some of the response you get. Again, sorry, Marie Antoinette, but it's not you, but that was the Queen of France. When the people came in and hungry,
And
they
she said,
said, "No,
let them eat cake.
yeah, why don't you give them some cake?" But even her, with all this fancy lifestyle, right? The first thing that came into her mouth was cake because she was well supported and she was really being covered from the reality,
And so disconnected from reality.
connected reality, and that's one of the example. She didn't say, tell them to get out of here. She didn't say, "Oops, out." I don't want to hear that. No, out of her understanding, why don't you give them cake? For her is, they're hungry. So whatever that's in front of her, the more thing that she sees
Yeah.
is
I mean,
cake.
if they don't have any bread, tell them to eat cake. I mean, why don't they just do that? Like, how do you
Yeah,
make cake without any flour? I need flour for the bread. I can't even make the bread. So that's how disconnected and untouchable she felt she was.
yes, but at the same time, from her good heart, she said, "Why don't you give them the cakes?" You
No,
know,
she didn't say it from the goodness of her heart. She was saying that like, if you ain't got this, go do that. What are you coming to me for?
that's
Let
one
me
notion.
see. Mhm.
Mhm.
And you look out there, you like there's not a strand of straw to even create a grain of flour. And you telling me, as my children are starving, let me eat some cake. The cake is a luxury.
Right. What I'm
I
saying
can't
is,
even afford to get the basic.
BJ, we're talking about, uh, we're smart into understanding certain things. This woman has no clue.
Mm-mm.
She's a
Nada,
parent.
nada. And when
Oh,
they came for her,
she's
she
a
didn't have a
parent
clue.
only.
Like, why are they coming for me?
Yeah, yeah. What do you mean? Why don't you just give them the cakes? What's wrong with you? Because that's the only thing she understands.
Because I
But
got plenty,
first,
right? Too.
she's the first woman that's been executed in the guillotine.
Mm-hmm.
First woman, because if you know what's going on in the country and what's going on in her reign, which she never got the chance to even understand that because it's all
But when
set
you
by
get
the
to
way.
her level, when you get to Sam say the apex, you are so far removed from the reality of everybody's existence. You can't see but whatever your handlers are showing you.
Exactly. There
And
was
they're
no
not gonna tell you
independent.
the
There
truth
was no
because then
independent. No,
they're gonna be on the guillotine. So they're gonna coddle you and soothe you like a baby until they lull you back to sleep. Because how many of our leaders are really in tune with what's going on, as we would say back in the day, on the streets?
we got a lot of Marie Antoinettes out there. That's what you tried to tell me.
Yeah, yep. Pretty much.
uh, yeah, or maybe purposely. Just purposely acting like it.
No, well, no, because they want to be a part of that 1%, that group that they turned their backs on the common man a long time ago. And as you climb higher and higher and higher, you're even more far removed to the point, why aren't you taking pictures in the Louvre in Paris like I am? Because this is what I could do. And then the rest of us like, oh yeah, I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to do that. So we fight each other, trying to knock each other out the way to try to, can I get close proximity to you?
Not today. You remember the expression, my personal space, right? You're invading
Yeah.
my personal space. Now
Yeah.
it's 6 feet.
6 feet. 6 feet. But even through all that, how many people you know who actually, even at the height of this, abide by the 6 feet? Nobody. Everybody trying to, can I get close to you? Can I touch you? I'm like, I'm not Jesus. You need to touch Jesus. Can you back?
You know, when it comes to in the radio frequency world, which we are built out of frequencies, we are part of that. And a center of radiation, always when there's something radiating at the center, you call it on the 3 dB level. And then when you go 6 dB, it's not linear. Okay, by the way. And your separation from that 3 dB level on the 6 dB, you're way far out from the radiation zone. Okay, so we humans uh, will radiate energy 24 hours a day, 365 days, whatever. As long as you're alive, you're always radiating, and that's where it comes to the word, uh, the auras, the when somebody's shaking your hand, when you have this, the touch, the proximities. But it has a lot of things to do for us to be as human. If you're not closer to the human, you're closer to plants, to animals, to a lot of things where you interchange those frequencies. And that part is what you call harmony.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, there's studies on intermods, intermodulation and harmonic that you have in between. And when the study shows a lot of the interference comes on the seventh harmonic, and that part is the one that they explore in what we are right now. Is your seventh harmonic that you always interfere with another human being or with another organism, and that becomes an interference, and that has its deepest uh, scientific uh, results on certain resonant frequencies, harmonics for the interference, and which way you're interfering with another being or another living cellular level. And that separation of your 6 feet and the fear on top of it, you're not transmitting nothing. You are disconnected for being human. Because there's characteristics when it comes now, we talk about spirituality, where it does interconnect with our own cheer, volunteer resonant frequency that we send out. Oh, what a cute baby. Oh, what a beautiful lady. What a beautiful. All this information without the word, your body is built out of frequency. It transmits that. And that person that sees you, sometimes they smile at you. You didn't say a word, but they
Yep.
smile. But at the same time, when they're babies, sometimes you're too strong on them. They start crying. You don't understand that.
Like, oh no, get them away from me.
You don't understand that. it's just too much information for them to process. But some of the babies, you look at them and just, in fact, you look at them and you just make a little sound, and you can see the smile that's hidden, because these are the one that really engage certain things and tells you what you transmit yourself. I'll challenge everybody on our family. Just have this pure love for a baby, and in fact, really, with everything you got now that you're aware, give it everything you got. How much you admire that little baby is gonna either cry without a word, or he's gonna be like going, looking at you and smile at you. Is how he's gonna be taking it. So the baby is a prey, okay, in this sense.
Mhm.
But the way he receives certain things also, he can reflect on how appreciative he is, because he's not there to harm him. He's helpless, you know. He's not gonna fight you even if he come to fight. But that's where we got to go to the nitty gritty part of being human. We are empowered to do whatever we want to do in this world, physically, spiritually. And there's a lot of proof out there. People that are able to heal people, people that can energize to they walk into a room just like you don't even know them, but kind of feel, kind of feel fine, you know. Are they a predator also? Yeah, they have this aura that they transmit. And Sam said, "I'm a prey, and women are my predators." Now
Huh?
I leave
Huh?
it to you, PJ. You said I'm a
How are we his predators? Come on now.
he said women are my predators, and he's laughing.
No, I don't believe that. I find that very hard to believe with Sam as
All the,
as a
for-
as he really gives his opinions about everything. How is he gonna be an easy target for anybody? I don't think so.
you know what it means. Just read between the line. He said, "I'm a prey. Women are my predators."
Nah, see, I think when men say that, they use that to put
He
out the
said,
illusion
"He's
that they
telling
have their
you,
guard
BJ.
down, and then they attack.
Yeah, but look at BJ. He's telling you, very simple. He's handsome looking, he's good looking, and his there sitting duck, and his prayers, predators are women.
Hmm. See, that's how he lures them in, and they don't even understand they're about to
That's
get
how he knows
trapped.
the predators. Now, Sammy, you coming on another level. So yes, this topic really is very hard. Uh, it's not hard, but it depends on how you apply it. But for me, we Africans should be predators. We should know exactly what we want. And predators have no fear. They'll go get what they want. You see, he already told you.
What do you say?
He said, "Ah, Biggie got what I was saying." Yeah, I think uh, all male will be sitting duck for the female predators in general. That's Sam style. Just sit and watch. See what happened. I like that. I like that, Sam. So anyway, um, I see Mika on that part. Is Mika in by any chance? Let's see
Oh,
what we have.
Mika came in just to keep the stream going when Ebenezer had to drop off.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the. Actually, some of the this GoFundMe is just give you different numbers. So I'm trying to. I'm gonna share that GoFundMe. Let me see if I have it in here on my screen. Again, family, you're doing a great job putting everything in here. I'm pretty sure you guys have been recommending your families, your friends, and we're still short. I never give up on hope. Okay, and whatever that we need to do and to improve our way of doing the GoFundMe. A lot of good idea. Yesterday was the most hilarious day, and I never laughed in my life. Everybody looked at me like I was crazy. Were you there, BJ?
Oh
I mean,
yeah, I was listening
it,
in.
it,
They
it,
were
it,
so hilarious.
I mean, I'm driving, and then
And Kimmy is just an amazing artist.
amazing artist. The way they covered yesterday. Kudos. I mean, it's just amazing. Both Jamie, Kami, I mean, they came through and put a smile on the family. I mean, it was like I can I can. At one point, I was driving. I was laughing so hard. I was looking down. I'm not looking at the street, and it was a good street. I mean, it was on the highway actually, and I was laughing. And I rolled down my window, and my window is really thin. Nobody can see me really, but once in a while, since I have this cold that I'm trying to get rid of, I don't want to get exposed too much of the AC. And every time I roll my window and I'm laughing, you got these people that looking at you like I'm crazy or something. And then when I saw Jonathan, when he said he was in public and everybody was laughing, everybody's looking at him, I said, "Oh, that might be it." It was like everybody looking at you like you're crazy. I never laughed like that on Swahili Nation. They had the
I,
open mic last week,
I
but
know. And his
yesterday
impressions
was
were like just amazing. I mean,
yeah,
how he
yes,
got those accents, I that was like, oh my god.
these are our. I think I'm gonna have to our own channel, entertainment today, you know, and talk about what happened yesterday. I think we can write a lot.
I mean,
I
it just goes to show how much talent. I mean, just how much talent. I mean, just on the fly. I mean, Kimmy performing. I couldn't even understand the language, but I got all the beats. I understood the cadence and the emotions and that was coming from him. And you know, Jimmy just was like, oh my God, he was just so spot on with all the, I didn't even know some of the African leaders he was imitating, but it was just like, oh my God. And then, it was just so funny. It was just like, oh my God, it was just so amazing. Wow. It's just, and this was just like impromptu.
impromptu, exactly. That's what makes it, very spontaneous. And that was his life. That was his life. Both Jamie, Jamie had his experience in life and how he started really impersonating and all that. And at the same time, Kami lived certain life, certain ways where he brought him up to this level. And that's what makes it incredible because Mika and JP have their own Godspeed. They both have the same experience because both Mika and Godspeed are talking from their own personal experience, and then they have two more that comes in. And of course, Godspeed become the roaster. He'd be roasting left and right. And I mean, it's authentic. You know, there's no hidden agenda. There's no hidden nothing. It was just flat out. And some of them, I keep laughing and I can't even miss the thing. And I want to rewind it. I said, no, I'm going to put it for later. You know, I'm going to, whatever that I miss, what I'm laughing, I just want to listen to it later because I don't want to miss the new coming part of it. But yesterday it was amazing, and let's hope we're going to repeat that. You know, that's my. I hope I didn't take the recap from Pastor Israel, but my Thursday recap for what I experienced yesterday.
Oh
It
no,
was
but no, it needs to be
hilarious.
sung every day. So people, you know, that's one thing you can say about even just, how they were capping on each other, because that's what we call it here, playing the dozen, you know, that's in all of our DNA. We all do that. And it's just beautiful to be able to see that, how we come together on the fly and just enjoy each other and have a good time and laugh. And that brings delight. We are sitting up here in these microcosm of, our little, almost like a pods, and got our little devices in front of us that we don't even know how to do that for some of us anymore. And just have the best time. Just having a good time, not spending a nickel, although they should have been giving $5 to the GoFundMe.
You got that 5.
Yeah. But where else can you get that kind of entertainment? On a Thursday after work, or during work,
First thing.
or before work, depending on which time zone you're in.
Look at it. We're doing beautiful now. For me, it shows me $3,716. I mean, euro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Anonymous, 8 hours ago, gave $100, €100.
Oh, wow.
It's just,
Oh, I mean, that's beautiful. That
it's
is
incredible.
so
I'm just
beautiful.
going to refresh it. Let's see if anybody got a 5 on it. Yep. It closed it at $100 8 hours ago. €800.
Wow.
Again, the thing, the family really for giving us in this crazy time that we are going through, the stagnation and at the same time inflation.
Oh, yeah.
People
Well,
coming in.
and again, it's so beautiful because we know everybody's struggle. I know what a struggle is.
Mhm.
But to say, even through my struggle, I can give a little bit just to make a little bit of a difference. And, we so appreciate the sacrifice, because this in 5 years is good. I mean, I can see what it's going to be. And we will all sit back and say, oh my God, I was a part of it. I was able to plant the seeds, and look at how it's grown. Look at the vision that I couldn't really understand what Mika was trying to aim for, and look at what he's done.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody will be pulling at Mika with, because once you get there, everybody loves you. But it's when you got your feet in the mud that people are like, oh, I don't want to get there. No, that load is a little too heavy. But for all of us who are in the trenches with them, we're going to see this. We're going to see it happen. And we just have to thank each and every one for all they're doing to build the Swahili nation, one Africa.
One Africa. And, on the GoFundMe, we've done a few GoFundMe on a family level or whatever. But I never put in this large scale. And I was looking at numbers because I'm always crunching some numbers. And I'm looking at, I'm just going to do right now as we speak about this whole thing is that how much, what does it take? Because Swahili Nation One Africa, it's not about one time, okay? This is designed for all Africans in the continent and as well in diaspora. This is our strength, our network, how strong we are, and we're communicating. It's not even in a level, this is because for me, I always look at sustainability to sustain everything that we try to accomplish. So I'm looking at, okay, today, this year, we're trying to really set up an office. And then I said, you know what? Once the office is set up, okay, I just took it to the minimum. And then I said divided by, if anybody that really, I'm committed for that. I'll tell you that. Is I need, okay, let's say I'm committed to put $100, right? And the rent we're looking at the office is 15,000. So that means I commit myself and anybody else with €100, okay? And I need 150 people, right? I need 150 people that are really committed to put $100 every year to preserve the office. Do you understand?
Oh yeah.
Because this is not the only office that we want to open. We want to open it throughout the whole continent. Each nation will have Swahili Nation One Africa office. And each office is going to be interconnected and communicated in the headquarters, which is going to be the Tanzanian office. Everything that we're going to put out there is a representation for all Africans in diaspora and as well in Africa. Like I said, just to maintain this office, next year, if 150 people, and actually once we establish this office and it becomes functional and it's going to be working, I know for sure to the minimum I'll get 150 people that's going to commit themselves for $100 one-time fee for 1 year. And on top of that, once we put this organized office in place, transparency, treasury, secretary of the office staff, I know we'll get more than 150 people. What I'm trying to put and project is that when we open one office, we're going to need another office. So the commitment of the next 54 states, and I'll say it depends on the diaspora, which is the 55 state, and each countries that we can think of, right? Multiply that, let's say in Africa only, times 54. I need 8,100 in Africa to be sustainable for all the 54 states. $100, €100, and they're all going to be operating. So we're the first spark and show our commitment because it's like everybody has a mortgage, rent to pay, utility to pay, and why not putting $100 on the side for 1 year payment for one office?
Yeah, I mean, even if you just took the $10 every month and and just contributed
Absolutely.
for 10
But
months, you
again,
know.
you see, at the end of the day, okay, on any business, okay, once we open this first office and the productivity is, I don't know how Mika is going to be. I mean, he's not alone, okay, but he's going to be bombarded, you know, with a lot of things. And I can see it, I can visualize that once we open that office, imagine all the volunteers, staff, all the ventures Australia Nation One Africa is going through, the low hanging fruits. It's just, yeah, and you think the five on it is going to be it. It's not just a finance because we have a great families, extended families that are struggling sometimes into understanding it, sometimes to bring it in. The day that we open this office, I just I just leave it to your imagination. Mika and Paul, the volunteers, they're gonna be eat, sleep in that office the first 24 hours.
And
And
what's going to eventually happen, he's going to be sleeping because everything's just going to be coming so fast, he won't be able to get out of the office.
th- that's the whole thing. You see, that's the whole thing. It's just not what you expect. I mean, we expecting it, but at the same time, we know what's happening. And within that 24 hours, you- Sam, you better volunteer to run some piece of it. I guarantee you that you're going to be responsible on one site, Marie Antoinette, BJ. Believe me, we got to get ready for this venture. That is, we're looking at, for me, on the background, what I work on is on the organization, just making sure that we covered every aspect of what we're doing. Because when we talk on the back room about it, it's a lot of other things that's going on, and uh, trying to. We only got what 24 hours in a day, and I think I need to borrow about another 10 hours somewhere for the first month because it's going to be incredible. It's going to be a lot of fluidity, and we need also people that's going to be really volunteered. This is not just a money issue, but this is the spiritual of you being African and how much you're going to put into it. And it's very important. For me, I just want you to get more ready on, I know for sure we get it. This is the way I look at it. I know for sure we're going to get this office, but I want to be prepared. Maybe, Xavier is showing us, are you sure? I can dump this thing and it can close out in one day. And it's going to be overwhelming when it comes to just the office and the running of the office with the Paul and Mika on the ground. Uh, we need to support them, in any minutes that we have to spare in our day. This is big. I mean, I cannot really emphasize, because you put your money, hard-earned money into it. It's not a one time. Ongoing. If anything happens to me, I'll pass it on to my children. They know the mission.
And that's the way it's supposed to be. Your children's children should know Mika's name, who should know Professor Ezra's name, should know Big E's name, should know Ebenezer's name, should know Marie Antoinette's name, because of their contribution to
Yes.
SNN One Africa.
It was amazing when Mika said, all contributors would be on a wall. A whole wall is going to be for people that really put the time, the effort, the money, everything. And it's just the foundation of One Africa. For me, what I see is to fill the boxes. It's like when you build, I'll give you a simple example. When you build a stereo system in your home, now that you have, Bluetooth connection or anything, I'm talking about the real, authentic system where I can entertain 3, 4, 5,000 people or more. Okay. The first thing I'm going to get is the amps. I need the power. How much I can get out of that amp. Everything can plug into it. It's the same thing. We can plug in everything that we want into that amp. Now, that amp, is it going to reach everybody? The way I'm going to make it reach everybody is by getting the best speaker in the world that can really pump out all this energy out there. And those speakers are us. Plugged into the amp, got the support. Whatever that's been fit, you plugged into with the amplified speaker that can pass the information for the rest of the world. That's how I think in a box. I'll look at it. Okay, this needs to be filled this way. This one got to be this way, organizational wise, in everything, including the whole office organization. Who's going to fill that box? Who's going to be the one that really is the expert? I look for experts. I look for people that do not even have experience. So from non-experience all the way to the experts. Can you imagine the rate that I have and how these things can be put together? So the amp is the office. And I can crank up the volume any which way I want. I can go to the max because it can handle the max. And that's why I always come with different version of our commitment to this office. This office means a lot more than we even fathom about it. There's a lot of plug-in, just like the new world HDMI, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
Get
yeah.
all the pictures and as well the sounds. 3.0. You started with 2.0. Now some of them don't operate on 2.0. So we're gonna adapt to the technology that's going to be available for us. Maybe we might get some technology that never been discovered because our African brothers and sisters are too smart.
And that's the beauty in all this. That's the beauty of, and that's what makes this so much different than all other platforms, is that just as it has grown organically, it will organically grow in the future and make it bigger and better organically.
Absolutely. And that's where we started. We built our family, family responded, and going for the next level. So whoever that subscribed to our channels, Post Valley Nation, if you listen, we come a long way in the short term. In the shorter term, we are a functional organization that's going to the next level. We're not lip service, we're delivering. And we're not delivering individual way, our individual collaborative way. We collaborated, we networked. We're still putting different shows to make sure that we understand that we are organically to the grassroots, that we believe in one Africa. We have the heart, the spirit, the strength, and nobody can stop us. Nobody. Because there's no reason. This is a channel, a very strong channel that helps one another in spiritual growth, in physical growth, in mental growth, and our caliber extension to the strength that we never discovered. It pushes you to who you are as an African and what you represent. Again, here we are, $3,716 euro that had been put together by all the people that believed in the mission. That shows me we didn't touch everybody, because this should be done by Saturday. And again, just to let you know, by next Wednesday, if we raise 10,000, God's power, Mika and I will shave our hairs. There won't be no facial, there won't be no hair. We're committed to do so.
That committed to going bald.
Going bold.
Go bald for
We're
SNN
going,
Network.
yes, show me $5, €5. Show me that five. Counting
I got
down
five
now.
on it. I got five on it. Do you guys got five on it?
That's
To
right.
see Mika, GP, and Biggie to go bald.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna put mine. It's gonna be, as you can see, and I'm gonna do it live. Okay, I'm gonna double that 10, that five. Okay,
Yep.
I'm gonna do it live. Maybe if you don't know how to do it, and maybe this is gonna be a live demonstration,
Okay.
and we're gonna give them some tip. It's okay, and here's my account. you'll see it live. You see all the live, the way I'm giving it out?
Oh, yes.
And this is how it gets done. Now they ask me to copy, spread the word. That's it. You copy that, and then I'm just gonna put it back to our account. Okay. You heard it. It came in and said I got my receipt. And I'm gonna say on me. And I'm gonna share my screen back again. I just demonstrated it live so everybody understand. I hope nobody unplugged the. I'm just gonna share back. Okay. Okay. You see my screen?
Oh, yeah.
There you go. 3 minutes ago. That's how it gets done.
Just that easy. One click away.
One click away. So I had the 10 on it.
Yes. He doubled it.
I doubled it. I know I'm listening to some echo.
And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to double yours.
Oh my God. This is BJ and Biggie.
Yes.
Let's show that by example.
Yes.
You can hear me, right?
Oh, yeah. I can. You know, because we have to be an example to everybody.
Yep.
You know, it starts with us. You know, it doesn't start with the big major players out there. Because even when they do big, it's only because we started the trend.
There you go.
They've shined the light on them, but it's our movement that caused the action. Because just like energy, it's
Hmm.
never it's only transferred. It's never absorbed or destroyed. It's only transferred.
All right, let's show them what do we got. I know for sure today between me and BJ, we're not gonna stop at that 726.
No, we're not. No, we're not. And
We'll
we know we're not
refuse.
going to be alone. We know we're not going to be alone.
We're not alone. We were talking about the streamathon, like Teleton,
Yep.
Jerry Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
I want to have one for 24 hours. Everything got to
And
do is just go fund me.
that would be great. And just live stream it and entertainment and everything like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're just going to look at this coming Wednesday, open mic, and have some commitment and a place where I'm going to transmit live, certain area when people can see what's going on in Swahili Nation One Africa.
Uh, we got to do that. We have to do it.
Hmm. You remember that 200,000 subscriber night, BJ?
Hmm.
You remember how much we anticipated from what was it, 180 something, from 184,000 we went to 200,000 within 5 hours.
Wow.
It was so amazing. The last hour was like 200,000, then it goes back down. So we didn't understand that algorithm, but again, we were successful to have 200,000 subscribers that night. In fact, that morning in the Eastern African time.
And
So we
just,
can do.
so that means it's doable.
It's the tenacity, the focus, and the doings. Within that 24 hours, the traffic in and out. Imagine.
I mean, and that's the beauty of it. We can make a difference. We all can make a difference in our own little way.
Yep.
Be the change you want to see.
The change comes within. Do you
And
want it?
it multiplies. Once you push that out, it multiplies.
Yep. It's
Because
not
we're
even
never
linear.
alone.
It's not even linear. It's compounded.
Yeah, it's like a star.
Yep.
It's like a star. And we have to understand that we have that power. So we don't have to wait on anybody else. We can do it ourselves. Just have to take that one step.
Yep. That's the whole idea. This is built by us, no other entities. Hi, Marie Antoinette. She's still there. Thank you for your support, Sam. Thank you. I didn't even catch how many people that joined earlier. I see Tony come. So, BJ, you're done
Oh,
on yours?
yeah. I'm doing it now.
Okay.
In a quick second, I'm running something.
Hi, Deborah. Deborah just joined. This was earlier.
So, can you put the link out there in the private chat or in the chat?
Yeah. Here it comes. You got it?
Okay.
Because BJ and I gonna show it by example. No, Ebenezer is gonna be sleeping well. Do you hear my background?
Mhm.
It's thundering on while the
Oh,
sun is
you
out.
guys dealing with those storms now?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had them, and luckily we didn't get hit too hard. For some areas, they said it was 60-mile winds.
Wow. All right, for those of you that was watching and commenting, we really appreciate it. Just to have a little patient because we're gonna show the actual donation live between me and BJ. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, because there's some echo.
Oh,
You hear
in
the
my
echo?
background. You can put me on mute.
Uh, how about now? BJ, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. All right, let's see what we got.
Okay.
I guess both of my headset are going down.
It did.
Yeah, one of them. It's a good thing that we got back up.
Okay. 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 Yeah. So it should have gone through. Did it update?
Let's see. One to share. Okay, let's refresh this. This is live. It still did not show yet.
Okay.
It didn't show yet.
It didn't. Okay. Because it's showing on my side.
It's showing on your side?
Yeah.
Can you share your screen?
No, I don't think I can. How do I do that?
Send the link on the private chat.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that. Let's see. Let's see.
You know, last time I did that also, it didn't show. Mine did not show.
It didn't.
No, let me. I'm probably just gonna need to get out of the GoFundMe and go back in again. Yeah, let me get out from it. Hang in there.
Okay.
I guess I lost BJ. Uh, Sam or Marie Antoinette, can you confirm you can hear my voice? I think I lost BJ somewhere in the mix. Anybody that can hear me, please confirm because we lost some audio. I'm just gonna put the invite back for BJ just in case. I shouldn't quite make it. There you go, BJ. I just sent you the StreamYard if you can hear me, and you can join again. But other than that, just to share what we have on the panel, see if BJ shows up. Unfortunately, every time that we do something like that, a great thing, uh, we still have some issues. There she is.
Okay.
Yeah. I knew you lost
Uh,
your StreamYard looking for it, so I just sent it to back to you.
I appreciate that. I'm like, I guess
Like, oh,
we're all having
I'm gonna get
technical
back.
difficulties right now.
You know, it's no biggie. I know because I had to relog in again because for some reason it gave me so much echo. Now we're clear.
Oh, it's
So
better.
yeah, a lot better.
Yeah, because again, this vision is so important, and we're not gonna let anything stop it.
No, no. In fact, the last at least half an hour, 40 minutes, we're trying to get everybody engaged. To understand. Um, it can be two, three people. It doesn't matter. Give me the five. Put five on it, as BJ says. Put five on it.
Yes, yes.
Just to mark it down between me and BJ. You can put 15 on it. It's five each. So for those of you that follows us, I really appreciate it. Um, It was a great day. And I caught up on the last minute, but again, there's no last minute when it comes to Swahili Nation One Africa. When it comes to Africa, there's no last minute. Every
No.
second counts. Every minute that we put in this counts. It's very important that we put our mission out there, make sure that everybody understand, and it's very clear. Our mission is very simple, very clear.
And we
We're not,
can't let
we're
nothing
not
stop us.
nothing. You know, it's not even complicated. We're just simply being Africans and being respected as Africans throughout the world. Equal treatment. Because of my darkness, it doesn't mean that you're going to have to abuse it. I have a good melatonin, right? Is that what they said, right? I'm
Oh
not
yeah.
ashamed of my color. My color is authentic.
And it's beautiful and it's
It's
powerful.
beautiful. In fact, I sent you guys on the WhatsApp about South Sudanese. Can you imagine the females are like 7 feet, 7 feet tall?
Wow.
Yeah, the models. I sent it just. It was an amazing little uh, YouTube, not little, but actually in the fashion world. And why they pick them because of their attitude. They got 9 pointers about how good South Sudanese are with their natural melatonin. You know, there's some example where she get into the cab, you know, like a Uber, and the guy was like shocked. And the first thing he said, "You really are dark." You know, it's in that black beauty, you know, and it's very interesting documentary how beautiful South Sudanese are. And when I
Oh
heard
yeah.
7 feet, I'm like, these are the tall women.
That's oh yeah.
I'm
It's like a
shorty.
goddess.
Yes, I'm shorty. I'm shorty,
Oh,
definitely shorty. I'm
and
the
I'm
one that's
super
gonna,
shorty.
you know, I'm probably gonna need a super platform, you know, back to the '70s, and tell him, you know, I need a foot long. I need
Just
a foot
to meet
long
eye to eye.
just to meet eye to eye, you know. But it was a great comment. It was a very nice documentary. It was on the. I put it on WhatsApp, and interesting. And that's when it came in. These are real pure melatonin that really 100% is there.
And and that's what we have to see the beauty in all of us. You know,
Absolutely, absolutely.
all the differences and the idiosyncrasies. We have to see the beauty. Once you start seeing your beauty, then you can see the beauty of everything else and everyone else.
Exactly, exactly. You know, now I
And
wonder.
whatever small imperfections, they're just it just like it's just another form of beauty. You know,
Yep,
God made us all different for a reason.
absolutely. And actually, the riches is on the tallest your daughter is, the more dowry you get. That's what it says on that documentary. And I wonder, I wonder how Sam react in front of 7 footer, whether he's gonna consider a predator. Who is the prey?
Yeah, what is Sam's comment on that one?
Sam got a comment on that one. Come on now, Sam, you got a comment on that one. I know he's in and out, but how you gonna be in front of a 7 footer? Pray, pray, pray. I would love to hear from Sam. Anyway, I know we just took a little bit extension on this because our GoFundMe is very important for us. This is our office. This is us. It's your home. Nobody else's. Let's do what we do best, and we'll
We'll
get back
just
to
take
you
care of
tomorrow.
home. Yeah.
Yep. Take care of your home. And we need a long-term commitment. This is not just a one-term. This is something that we're going to have to look at it. And I want every family in here and those that's going to come back and listen to the tail end of it is that this is your home and the home of the future of your children and grandchildren. We're trying to make it a happening place, something that where they can voice themselves, they can communicate themselves, they can share intelligence, they can share all the dynamic that the earth can bring them, so they can be one strong African brothers and sisters standing together, standing tall, just like our South Sudanese being together. And the beauty is just like a big patch of a bunch of quilt that been put together, and how beautiful color that we can reflect as Africans, and the world will respect the color full lantern black 100%, 100% respect. There won't be no black that's going to be undermined this world, because if you're black, you're African. You come in that origin. One drop of black, like they say, of blood, you're black. And in fact, the whole world came in out of the black.
And that makes us all connected.
Absolutely. So this is where we lay a foundation, the first foundation, but the foundation is already all over the continent. It's just a matter of bringing them down and show the world that we are capable of taking care of ourselves. That's what it means. We're going to be taking care of ourselves by ourselves with no interference. And we'll show the black beauty. We're going to show Africa, yes, predominantly is black. And that's what the deal is. Believe me, in the north, the same thing. You're still African, you're still in the continent. Collaborate. Let's make this continent better world for our children. Not for just yourself. This is for our children also, our grandchildren, the future. Let them unite and bring something good to Africa. This is the opportunity. This is an open. We're seeding good seeds and harmonious seed. So our children, grandchildren can live harmony with them themselves and extend that to the rest of the globe. So in that, BJ, I'm gonna close this session because we went on 4:49, trying to put it under 5 again. The 5 keep coming. It's been 4 hours and 49 minutes. For those that been listening, BJ, I really appreciate you. I don't know who joined before that. You may as well thank him, BJ, because Dr. Ebenezer, I know for sure he was there. Mika was there, and I don't know who else
Lynette
that
was
came in.
there.
Nanette was there. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you do on the past since you're co-host. Go ahead. Who else was there that you want to appreciate and extend your appreciation? Of course, the big family. The whole family was there. BJ, can you hear me? It seems like you got cut off. BJ, it seems like we lost you. But again, if she comes back within the prayer, or if she can hear, I want to close it with the great prayer again. Xavier, we're very grateful for giving us this moment to discuss and to excel on our behavior for one Swahili Nation, One Africa offices, and as well the predator and the prey. And I'll thank Dr. Ebenezer that came out with the topic and elaborated in it. And we really appreciate for those that contributed in the comment section. May Xavier bless you. May he keeps you in harmony, gives you love, gives you all the blessing you seek. This is the year, this is the time that we shall pray in one mind, to forget our baggages, move forward toward the future that is a brighter future. We believe in you, Xavier. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to thank you. We're very grateful for what you've given us, what you're going to give us in the future. We humbly thank you for everything you've done for us, for keeping us alive during this turmoil. This is the time of COVID and kept us alive. For those of us that are alive and grateful that we survived it. Some of us survived COVID. And thank you again for making us survive for this one Swahili nation, one Africa that we're trying to build. This is your creation. It's just we're asking for your blessing to unite us and to be one strong, one nation, which is Swahili nation. It means one nation. Thank you, Lord, again and again. We thank you for everything that you've done for us, for keeping us safe and our family safe. For those that are sick, that you give us the power to pass on the healing to them through you, Xavier. We really appreciate it. I'll call up on Marie Antoinette. I'll call for Deborah. I'll call for Mika, for the whole host in Swahili Nation, Kaku and Kuku, and as well Dr. Sadaga will never forget. And may God give you the fast, speediest recovery from whatever the illness that you're going to go through. Again, I want to make another special prayer for our brother, Professor Ezra, that's going into pilgrimage so he can remember us as well in his prayers, because he's in his mission for spiritual mission. And we thank you for thinking about us. And he said, don't worry. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to hear from him. Amen. In the name of Jesus Christ, I believe.
Amen.
All right. Vijay, amen. And have a wonderful evening.
You
And
guys
for
too.
those of you in East Africa, good morning. And for those of you like Pi, maybe is going to be a good morning somewhere in Taiwan. May peace be on upon the Taiwanese people, and we don't want no war out there. Anyway, I think of you also, Pi, and the family will think about you because you're one brother that's out there in the middle of the conflicts. So we remember you. Thank you. All right, BJ, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
Take care.
It
Bye.
is a wrap. Take care. Let me see if no, yours didn't show up yet. We'll show tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Check
Thank you,
again.
BJ.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bye.
I'll be. Yeah, I just did that right now. I just refresh it, and still not coming. And we're from US. It's crazy. All right, it's a wrap, and have a good night. And BJ, thank you so much for hosting with me.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, take
Bye.
care.